is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
Weldon Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Weldon Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yeah, good morning. I know our Panthers aren't in it, but hey, what the hell? Go for it, Lightning. They got it done last night, 4-1 over the Rangers to tie that thing up. That was fun to watch. It's been amazing to watch that turnaround after going down after going down 2-0, being down 2-0 in Game 3, actually. So they have responded in a big time way. Good morning, one and all. Hope everyone is doing well out there. Yes, it is Wednesday. It is a hump day. Long day for us, man, because, man, we got to do this whole show. Then we got to get on the road and head out to Flagler Beach. Tomorrow, we're going to be broadcasting live over at Tortugas. We'll be up at 10 a.m., so this is going to be, I think Sean and I will be hurting tomorrow morning when we're doing the show. You know what I mean? Friday will be much better because we'll be settled down and all that. But something tells me Thursday it's going to be, and I'm going solo, by the way. The wife is not going, family staying, so I am going up solo up there to Flagler Beach. So I'll be hanging out with Scott, Paul, Sean Williams, by the way. Yes. Central Moving Experts. Going to hang out with Sean. Looking forward to that. One of our new sponsors, and we love Sean Williams and the great people at Essential Moving Experts. They're big Dolphin fans. You know that you're a monster Dolphin fan when you build a business and then you say, well, what colors am I going to? Oh, I'm going to make it, aqua and orange. I'm going to make it Dolphin colors. And that's what Sean did with Essential Moving Experts. So I'm looking forward to meeting Sean personally because we've been dealing with each other through phone and text. So now we get to meet each other, and I'm looking forward to it. And for any of you that live in that Daytona, Flagler Beach, St. Augustine area, all that area there, we will be in Flagler Beach broadcasting tomorrow, Friday, and Monday. So we're going to be out in the Daytona, Flagler Beach area for a few days. So if you happen to be out there, DM me on Twitter and DM me on Instagram and all that good stuff. You never know. I might show up and meet you at a bar if I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be doing much on Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to be hanging out pretty much. Well, Sunday I will go to the Interrupters concert in St. Augustine. So it's the Flogging Mollies. It's the Interrupters, the Skints, and something else. But I'm mainly there for the Interrupters, obviously. You know what I mean? Been trying to see if I could get them on the show since we're going to be up in that area. So I'm working on that, crossing my fingers that we could get Amy or the boys on or all of them on. That would be absolutely phenomenal if we could interview my favorite ska band on the planet. So anyway, so that's what's going on this weekend. We will be in that Daytona area, and we'll be back. I think if everything goes well with Scott and everything, which I expect it to go absolutely fantastic, we should be back in that Daytona area, Sean and myself, for Bike Week. So we'll be there in Daytona. I'm telling you, this show, listen, it's obviously up to all of you supporting us. Because we don't get anywhere without you guys, subscribing, liking, visiting our sponsors. We get nowhere without that. But if we get the support, then, one day I want to be in Sturgis. I just, that's a bucket list for me, man. Got to go to Sturgis. So eventually we'll work it out and we'll get it done and we'll be there. But so we're going to close out the week strong out at Flagler Beach. I'm really looking forward to it. The more people that find out I'm going to Flagler Beach locally, they like reach out to me and go, dude, you're going to love it. Flagler Beach is awesome. Flagler Beach is awesome. So I'm actually looking forward to it a lot. Chad says Flogging Mollies is always a good show. I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. I will admit I'm much more of an Interrupters fan than anything else, Chad. I'm a monster Interrupters fan, but I know the Flogging Mollies are awesome too. So it's going to be an excellent show. Cannot wait for that show on Sunday. That's going to be a lot of fun, man. It's nice to be able to do all of this in one weekend, be able to go up and do the shows and and meet the great people at Tortugas, and it's a dolphin bar out at Flagler Beach. You know what I mean? That's what this show needs to be. We did a little show over at in New York at Slattery's, right? That's what we have to do. Sean and I we need to do shows at every Miami Dolphins bar in the world. That's kind of really the thing. That's what we have to do. This is the show of the people. And that's the idea. We got to get out to the peoples. You need energy to do that. Nature B will give you that energy right there, baby. NatureB.com. Use that code Big O. Get that plant pollen, 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals and powerful antioxidants, giving you that energy all day long. I'll need that energy driving up to Daytona today. I'm looking forward to it. But use our code Big O, by the way, if you want to get free shipping on your plant pollen. 1 month supply, 3 month supply, 6 month supply. And by the way, all natural. Clean, green New Zealand. Comes right from Mother Nature. Great for the kids, great for everybody. Dolphin bar travel. Yeah, damn right. I think it's something that this show needs to be close to all the different dolphin groups all over the world. You know what I mean? Be great to go to like Mexico City, that there's a dolphin bar in Mexico City or one in Toronto, Canada. You know what I mean? It'd be awesome. Go out to, Southern or Northern California to a Dolphins bar. Hell, we were at a Dolphins bar in Vegas. So now that I think about it, now actually, Sean, we were at a Dolphins bar in Vegas already, a Dolphins bar in New York. So, it's already started. And we're going to be at a Dolphins bar in Flagler Beach. I mean, that's it right there. That's it. So where there's a Dolphins bar, you got to find a way to get our asses out there to do a show. C. Dola says, Big O, the Marlins had a team meeting and whooped up on the Nationals. Was that their Jimmy moment? We'll have Craig Mish on today at 1:00, and I'll ask him about that. But the funny part about that whole team meeting thing is that they're playing the Nationals. You don't need a team meeting for the Nationals. I understand that they had their own team meeting, which for me, all these team meetings are a bunch of bull crap. I love watching these kids, but I know they don't have enough, so I'm not sitting here. That's one of the questions I'll ask Mish about their team meeting. I get that they want more out of themselves, but that's normal for them to want to ask more because you want to push yourself. But if we look at who they are, it's what they are. They're not special. Offensively, they don't have enough to be special. So I can't ever ask them to be special. But, you should have saved the team meeting till after the National Series because you don't really need team meetings for the Nationals. So that's kind of what I was going to say. You use that bullet in the chamber for no reason at all. Save the team meeting till after the Nationals. That's when it makes sense. Dolphins bar in Vegas. Yeah. Hey, Joseph, there's Dolphins bars all over the world. I'm not sure if you know that. But we have Dolphin fan clubs everywhere. In England, I'm sure there's a couple of bars in England that, are Dolphin bars. Yeah, man, all over the place. Do not be surprised with that. So, yeah, we are everywhere. We're like Sagua Fair. We got the boys coming up at the top of the hour. I see that Ira Winderman has already stepped into the batter's box. We will await Clay Ferraro. He is probably still waking up at this point. He's probably still in bed at this point. So we once we get Clay, we can bring Clay up and we can do our little crossover as we get ready for a little Slowman's Inside the Paint. Should be a very interesting hour. Lots of things to talk about. And as I told Ira earlier in the week, does Pat Riley see what I see? And I think he does. All right. It looks like Clay Ferraro has woke up. So we will now bring up the boys. Ira is ready with no glasses. Clay, he's got a little Cuban coffee in his system. He's ready to go. Good morning, gentlemen. Ira, I asked you earlier in the week, does Pat Riley see what I see? And I think after that press conference, I love the diplomatic approach he had of challenging Bam and Tyler and not dissing the entire roster, saying, no, we don't have that other star. But he sounded like he was very open to dealing for that second star.
Yeah, it was funny. We talked Monday on our Accurate Pembroke Pines report about that going into Pat's comments. And it's interesting, Big O, there was some sort of fallout of that in Toronto where they said, how dare he attack Kyle Lowry's conditioning publicly? Why not do it privately? You know what? When you sign up with the Heat, you know what you're in for. You know you will be cold. It will be cutting. There will be reality. There'll be nothing on the side or behind the scenes. And either you are into it in the moment of what matters and understand that this is real men talk for real grown-ass men, as you would say. And that's what Pat Riley did, is he basically said, hey, when it comes to this Kyle Lowry, you get in shape. Bam Adebayo, when it comes to this, you get aggressive. Duncan Robinson, when it comes to this, and Max Strus and Tyler Hero, you play defense. I don't think there's anything wrong with setting an agenda. I think when you work for this amount of money and these stakes, getting this close to a championship, I thought it was perfect. I thought it was exactly what we needed. Pat and Clay and I will get through this today on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show. Pat Riley set out each individual aspect that he wants. And you as a radio host, Clay, you as a television personality, myself as a newspaper columnist, that's all you want is we can now write down, Pat Riley wanted this, Pat Riley wanted that, Pat Riley wanted that. And now we can say, when we talk throughout the summer and then going to next season, did each player meet his mandate? There was nothing sort of obtuse about it. You have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this.
Tyler, you want to start? Earn it. You want to start? Earn it, dude. Yeah, I have no. There are. What's that line he used with LeBron? Smiling faces, hidden agendas.
No hidden agendas and smiling faces. There's no emoji you're going to send out. Kyle Lowry didn't send out a smiling face after it. He knows he's on the clock. Duncan knows he's on the clock. Max knows he's on the clock. Tyler knows he's on the clock. Bam knows he's on the clock. As a matter of fact, of all the players, I think the only one he didn't call out in a subtle way, with two of them, were probably Jimmy Butler and PJ Tucker. Everyone else got a message. Those two guys didn't need to get a message.
Those guys sent the message. That's the standard. You know what I mean? And Clay, looks to me like Riley's ready to wheel and deal.
Yeah, I'm with you. And by the way, I got to fix my iPod earphones here, so I'm going off the camera mic for a second here. But I also want to talk about the push-up challenge that Pat Riley issued directly to our own Ira Winderman. I want to see if he can get up on the desk and do it right now. No, but I'm with you, O. I think it was subtle. And yet, I think there were some other things in that news conference that I found really interesting that we're going to get into. Sean's going to play some of the sound. But I think that it kind of painted a picture for what this offseason, like the plan A and then the plan B. And Pat Riley always talks about that.
Yeah, it's going to be a very like it always is. I mean, the NBA offseason is as drama-filled as it gets, and it's going to start right here in South Florida, and the boys are going to talk all about it for the next hour on the Sloman's Inside the Paint show.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Alrighty then. I guess we had the record skipping a little bit there. Ira, how you doing today, my man?
I am doing good. It's always interesting. Usually you say, oh, Pat Riley spoke on Monday and we're moving forward now. But the one thing about Pat, I think you'd agree with this, Clay, in the years you've been here also, his message resonates. It's not a matter of it's just in the moment. And like we spoke with Big O in our crosstalk here ahead of our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is, we now have markers. We now know what he wants. We now know when you show up to training camp next September, October, what does Kyle Lowry look like? We now know when we go into those first exhibitions, has Bam Adebayo added to his game? We now know going into those games, is there more from Duncan Robinson, Max Strus, Tyler Hero, if they're still here? And I think that's all anyone wants in the media and as fans. Set us these markers. Let us know, what are you, Pat Riley, and Andy Ellisberg, and Adam Simon, and Nick Harrison looking at in the front office? And then we can sort of follow that. And at least now everyone is very clear. Just like Big O tells us, hey, generate controversy, go on the chat line there, let people know what you're talking about. We now know what people are looking for, and we move forward from there. I think Pat Riley did a very excellent job to sort of set the agenda for the offseason. There's no fuzziness here about where the Heat are looking and what the Heat are looking for.
And your point about the chat, drop your questions, your comments, because I know there were a lot of things Pat Riley said, and you know, he's very direct and he lays things out, which is great. And yet there's nuance in some of the things that he says as well. So anything you guys might want to clarify that Ira may be hearing behind the scenes, drop it in the chat and we'll get to that. But I want to start with what I think everybody wants to talk about, and that is the comment about, you know, potentially bringing in a star and adding to this roster, not just tinkering, but adding a big name. And we'll get to the names that could potentially be out there once we hear from Pat Riley. But, you know, to that point about Pat Riley and the nuance, Sean, I know you have this fired up. Some of these sound bites are a little bit long, but I think in order to get the proper context, you have to be able to listen to the whole thing and then kind of parse what Pat Riley is saying. So here's Pat Riley talking about the need to get a star.
All realize that you can always use more, especially when you've gone through a season and then you've gotten the result. Then you begin to really analyze the result and why it wasn't as good as maybe you thought it should be. And so we're always going to try to improve the team, and I think that's what it's about. It's about continually growing and taking your hits, dealing with them, going home, and taking your wins and enjoying those and going home. But it's 106 games that we played, and we did a lot of great things. So I don't want to take away from anything that this team has done in these individuals. As to your question, do we need another? If there's one out there, throw them to me. But you can always use more, but it's got to be a good fit, but not at the cost of doing something that could be sort of prohibitive. So we will look, we will explore. We always do this. It's part of the business that we chose, and whatever the result brings after that season, then you might say we might need another this or another that based on how the league is playing, other teams are playing and matching up with certain teams and stuff like that. So that goes into the equation. Yeah. We'll talk about
it. So there was no there. Right. I mean, and a lot of times when you get a lot of words thrown out there, it's putting context in the mix. But there was no there. And I think the reason why there is no there is because, you absolutely, if you could add a star to this mix, and because there is the potential to do that. But Ira, what I want to ask you, first off, the way he set it up, just like the way my phone fell down, the way he set the whole thing up, it was, I don't want to take anything away from this group. right? And so it was like, all right, I don't want to just say, hey, we have to go out there and get somebody right now because we're not good enough. We just went through 106 games. So that was the maybe 60-second interlude into what the ultimate point was. But he said, yeah, throw them to me. So Ira, the word that he used was prohibitive. When you look at this roster in your mind, what is that point of prohibitive? What to you would be prohibitive to bring in and the three names I think we're going to hear over and over, a Bradley Beal, a Donovan Mitchell, a Zach LaVine. And obviously Zach LaVine is a free agent, so you would need to sign and trade. But what is the cost to you that would be prohibitive and keep them from adding a player like that?
I think basically when you talk about prohibitive, you're talking about your core. What are you building with? What are you building around? And to me, there's only two players. And it's the same two players that's been now for 3 years, and that's Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. And God bless everyone else who helped draw the Heat within one game of the NBA Finals this year against the Celtics, but that's where the line is drawn. Now, I don't think Kyle Lowry is going anywhere for a couple of reasons. Number one, the contract. Number two, Jimmy Butler brought him in, and I think they're a package deal. But I'm not so sure Jimmy, in his cutthroatedness, if he can get someone, wouldn't give up his friend as a matching salary and understand, hey, we tried. You weren't available for part of the season. You weren't healthy for the end. The train doesn't stop. So I think anything else Pat Riley would. So I sort of want to set the tone here. And I threw this out at the sunsentinel.com in my Ask Iras. And basically anyone who's mentioned to me, I mentioned this on my NBA radio interview yesterday also, we have to look at parameters of where you feel comfortable. So Clay Ferraro, for example, when you go to me, okay, Ira, put it together, smush it together. What's the best possible trade package you could offer? Here's what I'm looking at, okay? Tyler Hero as the linchpin of a deal. The 2022 NBA Sixth Man of the Year. Yay. So you have that. Number two component, Duncan Robinson as a salary. That nice chunk of $18 million and change to help balance the trade. Again, in a salary cap world, you must be within 75% of your package of someone's salary. So he's your trade balancer. Then everyone loves a draft pick. The Heat can do as many as 3 first-round draft choices. They can wait till after this year's draft, pick for a team at 17, trade that player. They then can trade their 2023 first-round pick and their 2028 first-round pick. And then as the sweetener, and Big O and I spoke about this in our Accurate Pembroke Pines report on Monday, a young player to sort of give some future there. So I have sort of had this three-headed monster of Heat young players. Your choice of almost like a poo-poo platter, like of a menu at a Chinese restaurant from column B. Either Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, or Omar Yurtseven. So for argument's sake, I would say the Heat's best offer would be Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, 3 first-round picks, and I guess I'll put Gabe Vincent in there for now, because if you're going for a Beal or a Donovan Mitchell or a Zach LaVine, you're going for a guard. So I guess, and I'm curious what the response is in the chat, on the chat room there is, on our YouTube chat room, is how much is too much? And the feedback I've gotten initially, Clay, is this. If you're offering a 3 first-round pick package, you're doing it at the level of a James Harden. You're doing it at the level of a great player that you're going all in, that you're doing pick swaps to try to get someone there. So it's just a matter of, that's my best package. Will it attract another team? I don't know. It's how interested they are in Tyler Hero. It's how worried they are about losing their asset. It's how concerned they are about where they are in the standings right now. But I would say as we go on in the show and discuss options, that's the best package I believe that he can put together, because they're not throwing Bam in there. They're not throwing Jimmy in there. And I'm assuming that Kyle Lowry, with more than $50 million left on his deal at 36 turning 37, probably isn't going to attract a lot of interest.
And by the way, in the chat right here, drop your questions, your comments, whatever you think about that package. 3 first-round picks, Hero and Duncan, should be enough. C. Dulles says, Zach LaVine, no thanks. So I want to go through the players individually, too, as this goes on. But I look at it like this. When you look at that package that you're talking about, the only element of that package that was even part of the team in this Eastern Conference Finals run was either Max Strus or Gabe Vincent. So if you're looking at a team that made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, one shot away from the NBA Finals, a team that Didn't have Tyler Hero because he was hurt. And even when he tried to play, he was nowhere near 100%. Duncan Robinson was no longer a part of the rotation, did absolutely nothing. Draft picks were not part of this team. Omer Yurtseven did not play. So the only elements of that package would be either the Strus or Vincent. And you're asking me if you're going to trade something from this, you're going to trade Strus or Vincent for a Donovan Mitchell or a Bradley Beal? All right, sign me up. And so look, I understand.
But what about the 3 first-round picks? What about the 3 first-round picks element? That usually is only seen in a superstar level trade when you give up that level of pickdom.
I think Donovan Mitchell is that player. I think Bradley. The thing with Bradley Beal that I find really interesting is if you had gone back to last summer and started putting together a package like this, first off, Heat fans would have been over the moon about it. And secondly, Wizards fans and the Wizards front office would have laughed at you. It's a much different approach right now, much different situation, because with Bradley Beal, last summer he would have been on the high end. Like you talk about trading high, trading low. And now you're trading low on him because he went from averaging 30 points a game, 31 points a game, down to 22 this year, 23, whatever it was. I think he played
injuries,
hurt.
Yeah.
A lot of the year. Injuries were a big problem. And Tyler Hero had a much better year this year than he did last year. So, the context of all of this, things have changed. And unlike last year, the Heat are in a position where the linchpin that you mentioned of their trade, Tyler Hero, you're now trading high. So I just think you have to look at this thing in the context. And I don't know. I feel like Donovan Mitchell is that level of player. I also think the thing about getting a Donovan Mitchell is that you're bridging the windows of Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo with that star. And yeah, you could tell me, oh, well, you're not going to have the first round picks. You're not going to be able to build the team around that team. Who were the guys around the stars this year? I mean, where did you get them? It's a Max Strus. It's, you don't need the first round picks in order to do that. Does it help? Sure. But to me, Ira, it's, I am perfectly willing to put together that package because I do think Donovan Mitchell is that level of a player. And I think we're forgetting just how good of a scorer Bradley Beal is. Now, maybe you don't go quite that far for a Beal or a Levine, but I think for Donovan Mitchell, you're 100% all in with that.
I do. And again, I'm not sure that really moves the needle. Of course, you're talking Danny Ainge, talking to Pat Riley. So that alone will make for some interesting theater. And matter of fact, just a sort of sidebar on that, a lot of people like, Pat Riley's not dealing with Danny Ainge, not after all the STFU. You know what? There are so many other intermediaries at play there. Andy Ellisberg is the one who's going to take care of the money factor and sort of the machinations of the trade. So it's not like Pat Riley's going to be like you and I here together on the split screen dealing with it. They're both going to act in the best interest of their teams. We have no indication yet from the Jazz that they're willing to make a move, from Donovan Mitchell based on the coaching hire that he wants to move. But what we're seeing is this is going to be a compelling offseason for a bunch of factors. I think the most important is this. The Eastern Conference now is so competitive that even though the Boston Celtics are in the NBA Finals right now, they can finish in 5th place next season. You can make an argument that the Heat, the Sixers, the Bucks, even Brooklyn will be in that mix for a top 2, 3, 4 seed next season. So I think everyone has to think about upgrading. Is that that Philadelphia will get healthier, Embiid won't miss time in the playoffs, that the Bucks aren't going to lose. They were without Chris Middleton in their playoff run. Teams are going to be better also. So I think you have to think in terms of what can you do out there. And as long as Big O mentioned this, and this is why we'll be on all through the offseason and the summer, as long as there's drama in the NBA about players wanting to go to other places and teams looking to improve or change things because of chemistry, you can have those possibilities. Again, last 3 years, 3 summers ago, 2019, the Heat got Jimmy Butler without having any salary cap space at all. They slow played it after they went to the bubble because it was a slow offseason, a quick offseason rather, in the turnaround. Didn't do much that summer, that offseason. It was actually November. They just did Bam with the extension. And the last number, boom, whether you thought about it or whether you think about it now, they went for Kyle Lowry. So Pat Riley has gone harpooning for that whale in 2 of the last 3 off seasons. And remember, the one off season he didn't do anything major. In 2020, he was trying to slow play it for Giannis Antetokounmpo if Giannis didn't sign that extension that December that he wound up signing. So really, Pat Riley has not done anything but thought big at least the last 3 years. So, of course, there's the expectation of more because that's what he's shown that he's been.
Yeah, and you talk about, okay, we haven't seen any inclination that Utah is willing to deal him, blah, blah, blah. That ESPN report from Woj the other day that Donovan Mitchell is apprehensive or whatever the word he used, but that's Donovan Mitchell saying, I want out. I'm sorry. It's not him wanting to. He has, look, I'm sure he really enjoyed playing under Quinn Snyder. But Quinn Snyder was not the difference between whether or not Donovan Mitchell wanted to be in Utah. And again, this is just my opinion, but losing Quinn Snyder finally gives him the excuse to say, I want out, and people won't like scream and yell and, another small market team that can't hold. No, he can go and say, I had what I thought was a championship level coach, whether he is or not. And now I don't know where we're going as an organization. There's been these rumblings about him and Rudy Gobert for years not getting along. And it's things are finally playing out to where he can go and force his way out. And he's not going to seem outside of Salt Lake City like the bad guy for doing it. So to me, Ira, that yes, a lot of this, and you get this all the time when you mention trades and such on social media, that, why that you can't talk about that. Bradley Beal hasn't shown that he wants to leave Washington. What's the point of even talking about him? Because they always want to stay until they don't. And whenever there is finally that moment, teams have to be prepared. And I guarantee you, Andy Ellisberg is prepared. They know what they're going to do. C. Dollar brings this up. And I think this is the thing that I think people have to grasp when you're talking about any of this. He says, Tyler Hero, not a part of that deal. I'm sorry. There is no deal where you're bringing in a star quality player that does not include Tyler Hero. And I'll say this.
Clay, you got to give something. Like,
yes.
Again, we know what chat rooms are like. We know what rumors are. Oh, just give him this, trade him this, sign this guy and do that. You have to have a linchpin to your trade. And the entire Heat offseason will come down to this when it comes to a blockbuster trade. How much interest can they manufacture or is already out there regarding Tyler Hero? And again,
my bad, by the way, it was a greater good that said that. So go ahead. Keep going.
And again, the thing is, Tyler's extension eligible. So a team can't afford to trade him and he doesn't extend and they just get him for 1 year. That's where we have to pull back a little. And I wrote an Ask Ira at Untitled.com about this. If a team doesn't feel they can extend Tyler or Tyler doesn't want to stay because he doesn't realize his branding doesn't work in Sacramento, that's going to be a concern also. So there are a lot of moving parts here when it comes to Tyler Hero, but it's crazy. It just seems like for the last 2, maybe even 3 off seasons, it's been all about Tyler Hero. And maybe that's because that's the best tradable asset they put together because we're considering that Bam Adebayo is untouchable, I'm assuming.
I'm going to look at the time here. Let's see. I'm trying to find what the time. How are we doing on time right now? I'm missing the clock here. Are we up against it or we have time?
We're on the break at 18, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to save the Tyler Hero soundbite coming up for after the break, but there are a couple of questions, guys like Mo Bamba. I want to go through all those as the show goes on. But to the point about giving up Tyler Hero, and we're going to talk about him in the next segment and the fact that he wants to be starting moving forward. In that series against Boston, even had he been healthy, my question to you, Ira, would he have gotten played off the floor? Would there have been a point during that series where even late in games, whatever it might be, when that was a series where you're grinding, man, and you got to be able to play defense. And it felt like anybody who was a defensive liability in that series was played off the floor. So if you're a team, the way this Heat team is built, is there a point where you're concerned that Tyler Hero becomes unplayable in those moments of truth?
Not if his offense is outscoring his defense, because we've reached a point where the NBA has turned around now, and it's more important to be able to score than defend because that's where the league has gone. I know the scores were low in that Celtics series, but the bottom line is in the NBA, that's what it is. As long as you can get a 3 and give it 2, as long as you can get to the foul line and slow the other team and set your defense, and Tyler gets to the line, it's still a benefit. You needed one more attacking player, especially with Kyle Lowry limited. So I think he would have been on the court. I think the Heat would have compensated defensively. They were not as quick to switch at the end. They realized what was happening. And I think we also saw, Clay, when other teams were so hell-bent on matchups, like they did against Max Strus, they took themselves out of their game to a degree also. So I think Tyler would have been playable, because I think Eric Spoelstra would have compensated defensively, but they simply needed more points. They simply couldn't stop in the 80s and the low 90s. So I think he would have to have been playable because he was the extra scorer that they needed.
All right, coming up after the break, what Pat Riley had to say about Tyler Hero and the fact that he wants to start on this team. That and more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back Inside the Paint, and we were talking about Tyler Hero before the break, and so Ira, I want to get into what Pat Riley said specifically, and again, to set this up, Tyler Hero said he wants to start. He feels like he deserves it. He feels like he's earned the right to start as sixth man of the year, and we've talked about our feelings on starting versus finishing and things like that on this show before, and we'll get into that coming up in a bit, but again, Pat Riley can be a little bit long-winded at times, but I think it's important to get context here. Here's what Pat Riley said about Tyler Hero wanting to start.
I think his numbers speak for, him and in his game, averaging 20 a game and, really shooting the ball well, developing a game that at times during the regular season's unstoppable for him to try to find a shot. He can find and create his own shots in a lot of different situations. So I don't even think he's here yet, really here yet as a full-time complete player. And I say that about a player that averaged 20 and shot 38% from three, can score in bunches, can score at the rim, can score on floaters, can score on pull-ups, can score on threes. He gets out on the break. And he's 22. He's 21, 22 years old. So, the next step for him, and I think we're seeing this in the league, if you want to win a championship and you want to be a starter, you really have to become a two-way player today. And you have to improve in certain areas of your game. Now, we all know that at one time or another, teams will always put a target on Tyler's back or Duncan's back or Max's back or somebody else that they think they can beat one-on-one on a switch. And so I saw improvement in his defense this year. He's got great feet. He's got quick feet, and he just needs to get stronger again, another 10 pounds of muscle mass, and he just needs to get stronger from a leverage standpoint, because I think he still has a lot to the upside. But as far as being a starter, come to training camp and win it. Come to training camp and win it. Sometimes it's that easy, and sometimes, the fit, as Spo, talked about over the last 2 or 3 years, it was better for us coming in, balancing the energy of scoring and having somebody that can really control the ball. So if he wants to be a starter, we'll see in October. That's something that you earn, and there's no doubt that he has the qualities to be that.
Okay, so the end there. I saw your face, Ira. It was like that light bulb moment. No, you don't say that you're a starter in June. You go in and you earn it in training camp. And I thought that was a very pointed message from Pat Riley. And it was, look, he set it up with giving him all sorts of flowers, right? And I mean, everything that he had done, but you have to earn it. You have to go to training camp and you have to earn it. And Ira, I think what we've talked about here is it doesn't matter as much if you start. It's if you finish. And how many minutes are you playing? Are you in there in those moments of truth? The point here, though, is that Tyler Hero doesn't feel that way. I think to him, there's a certain stigma attached to coming off the bench that he no longer wants. So, Ira, when you hear Pat Riley talk, do you think that was more of a message to Tyler that, hey, you can say all you want right now, but you haven't earned anything yet? Or was that something that maybe he's talking to any potential suitors about, hey, we think this guy's really good, but at the same time, maybe he's not necessarily like untouchable here?
There were a bunch of messages there, but I think we need to go back sort of to a baseline here when it comes to players who've been named NBA Sixth Man of the Year. And I wrote about this in my Sunday column at the Sun Sentinel. Jordan Clarkson a year ago was the NBA Sixth Man of the Year. Started one game this past season, one. Montrezl Harrell was the NBA Sixth Man of the Year 2 years ago. He has started 4 games since then. The players who've often won NBA Sixth Man of the Year, Jamal Crawford and Lou Williams, have remained career reserves. I'm not so sure that type of player doesn't fit a certain niche that makes them better as sixth men. Like Pat Riley said, remember what he said right there? We have to balance the roster. We have to balance the rotation. So even let's look at the current Heat mix, okay? So let's say we're going to stay with Bam Adebayo at center. PJ Tucker, either he opts in or the Heat retain him. Pat was very effusive about PJ Tucker, as was Eric Spoelstra, as was every Heat player who spoke after the season. So I'm going to lock in those two. So then you have 3 players in your perimeter wing rotation. Kyle Lowry, obviously you're paying him to be a starter. Jimmy Butler, he ain't going nowhere but the starting lineup. But here's the problem, Clay. If I put Tyler in the starting lineup because he earns it in training camp, he earns it during the preseason, so I'll go there with that. Big Tyler Hero fan, boy wonder. That's fine. I'm not so sure I balance the bench unless I bring back Victor Oladipo near the top of his Victor Oladipo game, because Max Strus is not a shot creator. Duncan Robinson is not a shot creator. Dwayne Dedmon certainly is not a shot creator. Gabe Vincent, God bless Gabe Vincent, but he's not a shot creator. Caleb Martin is not a shot creator. So if you move your best shot creator into the starting lineup, unless Victor Oladipo comes back, and that is not a given, all of a sudden you're lacking what Tyler Hero helped make your team so special to get to the number 1 seed. Pat Riley's interest is not doing right by Tyler Hero. Pat Riley's interest is not doing right by Tyler Hero's extension money. Pat Riley's best interest is giving Eric Spoelstra the best manageable mix to continue to succeed for the team's greater good. I would almost posit to you, I don't think that he can afford to start Tyler Hero right now, because I think it unbalances the entire rotation. Because all of a sudden you have a scorer in Tyler Hero, scorer in Kyle Lowry, scorer in Jimmy Butler out there with the first unit. I don't know who the hell creates off the dribble with the second unit. So I think that's a factor also. I think Tyler Hero's opportunity to start could come down to part B of what the Heat do in the offseason. And maybe it's not a Zach LaVine. And as a matter of fact, I know I'm being tangential here, and I apologize, but we mentioned our first segment. Folks, go back, listen to the podcast here, Sloman's Home Security, Inside the Paint Show, and the Big O Show. If you're bringing in Zach LaVine, I'm going to throw these to you really quickly, okay, Clay? If you're bringing in Zach LaVine, is he starting?
Of course.
Hell yeah. If you're bringing in Donovan Mitchell, is he starting?
Of course.
If you bring in a Bradley Beal, is he starting?
Of course.
Those guys all have merited, and obviously Tyler Hero's going out that way anyway, so you have to deal with that. So maybe the better play for the Heat might be bringing in a Malcolm Brogdon level player. For example, guy Indiana's mentioned. A guy I'm intrigued with, by the way, on Indiana, TJ Warren. He's only played about 9 games the last 2 seasons.
That would be fun.
He's a really good scorer. I know him and Jimmy and the Heat would have their moments, but I'm not sure that's not the kind of play if you wind up moving a Tyler Hero or putting a Tyler Hero in the starting lineup is giving yourself a buckets getter for the second unit. So yes, Tyler Hero might even earn the starting job, but I'm not so sure that's in the Heat's best interest, which is why maybe a trade's in play in the first place. The thing is, do you think when Tyler Hero said I should be a starter, I think it was overstated. You heard his sound by Tyler Hero. That was a week ago.
Yeah.
He was just saying, of course I want to be a starter. I'm a young guy. I know that starting is more fun. I'd rather go in that direction. So I think it's more that than anything when it comes to Tyler. He just said what most players would say, but the Heat still have to make that work. Does he deserve to be a starter? I think he can contend for it. Has he shown that his skill set is best for that? Not so sure about that.
Remy, we did talk a little bit about the Donovan Mitchell situation. We could go back and listen to the first segment when we post the podcast. But look, I mean, full disclosure, we're going to talk about Donovan Mitchell. We're going to talk about him a lot. I think it's gonna weave its way into every discussion, not just on this show, but also moving forward. So stick with us. If you have any specific questions, then feel free to ask. With Tyler Hero, you mentioned, I want to just get some clarification here. Malcolm Brogdon, who I happen to be a big fan of, despite the fact that he went to the school that I can't stand. But Malcolm Brogdon is somebody that I think we saw his ability to attack Tyler Hero in the bubble in that playoff series against Indiana. Look, I know the Heat swept them, and yet there were moments in that series where it was like, oh man, like Tyler Hero has some work to do defensively because Malcolm Brogdon in particular was making life difficult for him. So when you talk about potentially, you're not talking about trading a Tyler Hero for a Malcolm Brogdon.
No, I'm talking about some sort of ancillary type deal. We mentioned before early in the show that he could trade up to 3 first-round picks, that he'd have the contract of Duncan Robinson. And I got to tell you, as much as we look at Duncan Robinson as somewhat of a distressed asset, there are teams that need shooters to balance their lineup. There are teams that might look at Duncan Robinson's season this season, but say, hey, I remember him last season. I remember him in the bubble in 2020 and some of the moments he had. So you might be able to conjure a deal with Duncan Robinson's salary, enough sweeteners. Maybe the sweetener is a first-round pick or 2. Maybe the sweetener is a Strus or a Vincent or a Yurtsevin, where you can then get that balance for your second unit, unless Victor Oladipo comes back.
Yeah, and so when you're talking about a Malcolm Brogdon type, it's a supplemental piece. It's like, how do we get better here? And I think like as a supplemental piece, him, TJ Warren, like, man, that would be fantastic. And yet I still think we're talking about plan A, plan B, plan C. And to me, Ira, when I heard Pat Riley use the word prohibitive, I think, and I'm going to tie this in with something else he said. And he was asked about running it back, and he made the quote, the quip. Well, I run it back with my wife every week, and everybody laughed, and it was people have had fun with it. But I think his point there, Ira, was look, sometimes people say run it back like it's a bad thing when you don't win a championship. But I think there has to be context here. And this is kind of how and I'm going to take this metaphor, I think, even further than he planned on. There are two people involved in running it back, and it's him and his wife. And I think with this Heat team, there are two people involved that I think you would say it's prohibitive beyond there. It's Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. And so Pat and Chris can go and do whatever they want from 1 week to the next, whether it's, hey, we can go to the movies, we can go out to dinner, we can go out and see a show, we can go to the Arts Center, we can do all these things, but it involves the two of us. We are running it back with the two of us. We are the core. But every now and then, maybe you want to take a flight to Italy. Maybe you want to do something a little bit outside of the norm. And I think when you look at this Heat roster, yeah, you know what? Maybe running it back next week, maybe it does make a little bit of sense to hop on and see what type of flights you can get to Italy. Maybe you can get a little crazy. And so I think when you're looking at this thing, you can say you're running it back with this core, but that doesn't preclude you from going out and getting a big name player like a Donovan Mitchell.
The Heat have never purely run it back. They just haven't.
Never.
There's always been an ancillary move, a secondary move. Sometimes it's we can't afford Jay Crowder, so we'll move in the direction of a Trevor Ariza. We'll get something else. They've always done that. Remember, in the Big Three era, after the first year, what was close, got to the finals against Dallas, not close enough, Shane Battier. After the first championship, we're pretty damn good there, beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, but shooting a little concerned, Ray Allen. Then during the whole mix there, you know what? We're big, but we're not big enough. Birdman, Chris Anderson. They've always done that. So this whole notion of, like you said, there's this notion of you got to blow it up because they were really bad and they didn't get past the Celtics. Not true. Or you have to run it back because they were one Jimmy Butler three-point attempt from being in the NBA Finals, where of course they would have beaten the Warriors because you're a Heat fan and that's what you believe going into it. And you've seen some flaws from the Warriors for the first two games. So you look at it both ways there. It's almost always the middle ground. Yes, I mentioned earlier, you did the Jimmy Butler trade out of nowhere in 2019. You went all in with Josh Richardson, moved to Hassan Whiteside, got Myers Leonard, traded a first-round pick, fine. Last summer, you did the move for Kyle Lowry, Precious Achiuwa, might very well prove to be a player, and you lost some stability in Goran Dragic. But there's always something either that major or at least in between. The Heat are not just totally running this back. They've got concerns about Victor Oladipo chasing money. Maybe PJ Tucker looks to another contender and says, you know what I can do, I'll add there. Hell, Joel Embiid basically named it by name. We need someone like PJ Tucker on this team to make those hustle plays. Maybe the Sixers go all in with a mid-level exception, offer him a 3-year, $30 million deal. You don't know. So there will be moves. But what's always fascinating to me is, and look, this is how we started the whole Sloman's home security inside the paint today, by mentioning Beal, by mentioning Levine, by mentioning we didn't yet, but should Damian Lillard, by mentioning Donovan Mitchell. You mentioned the big names. A lot of times, Heat fan, I know it's hard because you want it all, is bringing that bar down a little bit. This is a team, even with a subtle change, can make a significant difference in the dynamic. Maybe it's another point guard, so Kyle Lowry can be healthy for the finish line by not having to push him through on back-to-backs and things like that. Maybe another scorer, a quality two-way scorer, so Jimmy Butler doesn't have to push it hard and do all these 40-point games in the playoffs and be running on fumes at the finish. So I think there's also subtle names. Now, I know you're not going to get the headline when I say a Malcolm Brogdon, when I mention a secondary-type player. But sometimes it can be as simple as that. And I think ultimately that's where it's going to fall into, that you will push for the stars. You will look at every big name. You will explore all the possibilities. But you damn well better be ready with that secondary and tertiary kind of names also, because you do have flexibility. Remember, at the trading deadline, they restructured that first-round pick owed to the Thunder.
Yes.
So they could put this year's pick in play. They could put 2023 in play. Well, they didn't do that just for the hell of it, just for a whim. They did it because they said, we are going to be in play this summer. We are going to be in play next summer. The one thing I can guarantee, and folks, I know a lot of you like to save these podcasts. I can say this right now, and Clay will talk through the summer. The Miami Heat will do something to add to the rotation or to alter their rotation this offseason. That's the guarantee that I can make.
And I'll say this too, and we're up against it, but I want to get into these names after the break because Heat fans don't get enough credit for knowing the ancillary players. I think there's this feeling nationwide that, oh, Miami, glitz, glamour, it's only about the stars. You only talk about Donovan Mitchell. You think every star wants to be on your team. But no, there's some names being mentioned right now, some guys that I think could really help this team, and yet I think at what cost? And they're names like Miles Turner, Jeremy Grant, Christian Wood, names that we've talked about for a while, but I think you have to say, okay, if you're going to bring in a player like that, where are those minutes going to come from? We're going to talk about that, plus the future of this Heat roster, where we see it going. That's next, right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rate and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. How are we doing today, Ira?
You know what? These are interesting times because just when you think you can decompress, it seems like there's always something. So Pat Riley, all of a sudden you get a thing over the weekend. Pat's talking on Monday. And man, Clay, do his comments resonate? And because he talks about every player, all of a sudden, where I wouldn't think I'd be writing stories all week, then he comes out and he says something about player X, and you got to write that. And then he mentions Udonis coming back. I just posted a story at sunsentinel.com on that. So it's always something, and I got a Bam Adebayo story coming, and we'll have plenty going on. We very much, with this Pat Riley press conference, have a bridge going right to the draft, which will be more fascinating for the personnel implications than the pick itself. And I think as you and I get ready for next week's show and advance the draft, remember, they drafted Precious Achiuwa in 2020, and 9 months later, he was gone, and he was out the door as part of the Lowry trade. I almost think for the Heat right now, it's more about an accumulation of assets than necessarily what's happening in the moment. Because the one thing about Pat Riley is he gets your head spinning what's going to happen next.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because you almost wonder if they'd have to have some knowledge if they do want to make a major deal of what a potential team like a Utah or a Washington might
Yes.
want with that draft pick before they make it. So the one question that nobody asked Pat Riley, Ira, and I was actually really disappointed in you. Why didn't you ask him about Adrian Brody's portrayal of him in Winning Time? That's what I was on the edge of my seat waiting to hear.
Because he has made it clear that at least he says this, and this is always two different things, that he has not watched it. And he has said, I lived it, I don't need to see it. Clay, you know how this goes. People tell you they don't do something, but you know they do, and they sneak a peek. So I'm sure Pat Riley has caught some of it. I think what happened with that show is this. When the controversy began because of the portrayal of Jerry West, most Lakers people distanced themselves.
Yeah.
So the last thing you want to do is give credit to Adrian Brody's portrayal or the story and just sort of the fun nature of the show. So I think Pat Riley's like a lot of people who were associated with those Lakers. They felt once this whole thing came out and once Jerry West got portrayed as a crazy person, they wanted nothing to do with it. So Pat's made pretty clear publicly he's saying that he has not watched it because I think that's what he needs to say.
Yeah, the Jerry West, I was like, why did he keep beating up his finals MVP? It was just like so strange. But anyway, nobody wants to hear about that. So the names people are bringing up in the chat, Ira, and again, feel free to drop your questions or comments.
Sure.
Miles Turner, Jeremy Grant, Mo Bamba, Christian Wood, and there a lot of these names are names that we've talked about before. But I'm going to pitch this to you, Ira, because this is kind of my concern when you bring up names like that.
Okay.
It means that you're likely not keeping PJ Tucker. And I just feel like, and look, here's the difficult thing is you just had a season where at the end, the thing that you were concerned about happening all season long happened, which was especially the two players in your late 30s, your mid to late 30s, Kyle Lowry and PJ Tucker, had injury issues and they hurt you. And look, PJ Tucker, man, these guys are warriors. They're fighting through it. And yet they still had them. And so I guess my thing is, Ira, I would hate to give up on someone like PJ Tucker. I would just, man, it would burn me because I just feel like he's everything you want this team to be about. But can you even see a world where you bring in somebody like a Christian Wood, a Miles Turner, and it doesn't knock PJ Tucker off of this roster?
I could because I think you're still going to be rotating three men. Dwayne Dedmon certainly got ample playing time this season. I think it's a couple of factors there. And I said this to Big O on some of our crosstalk and other shows. I believe that PJ Tucker is 37 going on 32. I believe he is maniacal about his body and knows what to do. I believe that Kyle Lowry is 36 going on 40, and he better do something. That's the difference. So I'm not as concerned about PJ Tucker aging out because he was really good all season. And even when he couldn't walk, and I've been there before shoot-around started, after shoot-around, and like, oh my God, this guy is like, he can barely keep himself, ambulatory. Boom, game time starts, and he's out there diving for loose balls. I don't concern myself. Clay, what I thought was interesting is you mentioned a bunch of big men, including Christian Wood and Mo Bamba and Miles Turner. And this I did ask Pat Riley. And this is something we can't get a definitive answer because I think this is where he is polar opposite from Eric Spoelstra.
With Spo,
playing dual big men. You'll remember the drama at the postseason Pat Riley pressers a couple of years, 2-3 years ago was, can you play Hassan and can you play Bam together? And at one point, remember, he says, we're going to get together and we're going to have an intervention with Eric and Bam and Hassan, and we're going to see if we can get it to work so Eric will play two bigs. Eric has not played two bigs. He was forced one game, I remember, in Brooklyn when his other guys were out. PJ Tucker sat, and he tried Omer and Bam. It did not work out well. He moved away from that quickly. There were scant minutes this season with Dwayne Dedmon and Bam Adebayo. It just wasn't the way that Eric Spoelstra coached. So the entire question is this. Will Eric Spoelstra be open-minded to playing two bigger players together in today's NBA? And is that even doable? A lot of the teams don't do it. Look at the Pacers. You mentioned Miles Turner. They couldn't make it work with Domantas Sabonis and Miles Turner, both of who are very skilled players who also play on the wing. So I think it's possible that they experiment, but I think if they're going to talk about their limited resources in free agency, their limited trade assets, I think it's more viable to try Omer Yurtseven and Bam Adebayo together and hoping one of them shows enough stretchiness to make that possible. helps with the rebounds, can help with the interior defense, at least in terms of size, and go in that direction. But if you're saying Ira, we talked about it in our first segment today. Go listen to the podcast about the maximum pool that he can put together. I don't think it'll be for a big. One, bigs just aren't prioritized in today's NBA. Two, the Heat have a max scale big in Bam Adebayo already in place. So I don't think they're going to burn their collective assets to add one more. Could they add another big body? Sure. Is Dwayne Dedmon definitely coming back? I can't guarantee that. I could see the Heat moving on. Pat was very praiseworthy of Dwayne Dedmon, but I could see them moving on from that. And I'm not so sold that they're sold on Omer Yurtseven. Because when we asked Pat Riley about that, he gave us a list of so many things. He has to work on his agility, has to work on his mobility, has to, he gave us like 7 things. Usually a guy you're thinking about playing, you're saying, if he could just get these 2 things to work, we could make it work. And Pat kept listing with Omer to sort of show you they still think he's a little bit away from being a rotation player. So I am curious about that. So all these bigs, maybe the exception of Mo Bamba because of his 3-point shot, I don't think that would be their priority. I think that would be a secondary move.
And I want to talk about Bam a little bit more coming up before the end of the show, because I think there's he's so polarizing right now among Heat fans, and it drives me crazy because I think the base level of Bam Adebayo that we've seen out of him is a max player. Like, even when he is not being as aggressive as you want offensively, he's still so good at so many things. So I want to get to that in a second, but you hit on a couple of things that I want to touch on really quickly before we get to that. When you're talking about the star level player, things like that you might make a deal for, we talked about the big deal. You also mentioned the ancillary players and the secondary type role. Would you see them, if they make the secondary type deal? You mentioned Malcolm Brogdon, somebody like that, TJ Warren in the first segment, and we just mentioned all those names. Do you think the secondary player would be more likely to be a scorer like a Malcolm Brogdon, or a big man like a Christian Wood, like a Jeremy Grant, although Jeremy Grant's a little bit different, a Miles Turner? Which one of those would you think would be more likely?
I guess I like how we do this time of the year. I'll give you a caveat. I need to know about Victor Oladipo and if he's coming back. Because if Victor Oladipo is going to chase money somewhere else that the Heat might not pay, it 1,000% has to be a wing, preferably a 2-way wing, so you can keep him on the floor. But then you're kind of desperate. Again, we go about the Heat's wing options otherwise. Max Strus doesn't create a shot. Duncan Robinson doesn't create a shot. Caleb Martin doesn't create a shot. And mostly Gabe Vincent doesn't create a shot. You're out of shot creators if you're starting Tyler Hero or moving Tyler Hero in a package. So I think it would definitely have to be a wing in that case. The problem is that I wrote this yesterday at the Sun Sentinel and sunsentinel.com about Victor Oladipo is Victor is still in the process of getting back to being all-star Victor Oladipo. You're signing free agents or negotiating with them starting July 1st, actually a couple hours before that. He's not going to be very deep into his secondary rehab process. You won't necessarily know what's he coming back as. Clay, there's a chance that Victor Oladipo might only be as good as we saw, that's as far back as he can get. I mean, when you're doing this major recovery road, at some point you just reach your point where that's where your quadricep and your knee says you are. So I think the Heat have to know, and I'm really curious, and I couldn't get this answer, where do they really stand with Vic? Are they all in that we've invested so much in this? He's our guy. If his price tag isn't too much, of course he's coming back. Or do they look wing otherwise? So you threw a lot of bigs at me. I think first of all, it's a wing league. Second of all, you have Yurtseven under contract. You have Adebayo under contract. You can always find another. They have in the last 30 years. They found Jay Crowder. They found Trevor Ariza. They found PJ Tucker. There's always that guy out there that you could fill in there. So I think I'm putting all my focus on wings. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to be very wrong. But that's where I'm looking. And if I'm blindsided and all of a sudden, whoa, Christian Wood, I'll deal with that at the time. But I don't think that is or should be the priority.
And so here's the thing that I think, let's go back to what you were saying a few minutes ago. There is a philosophical difference between how Eric Spoelstra runs the team on the floor and how Pat Riley historically wants to build his roster.
Yes.
And in fairness, and I don't think Riley gets enough credit for this because it has to be hard for him. He is deferred to Spo because he knows that Spo is the one who has to work with these guys. And look, it's hard to argue with the result. You got to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. You were one shot away. So I think any of these conversations about big men, you have to look at it. Because I have people asking me about Rudy Gobert. And it's like, oh, well, you're going to go all in for Donovan Mitchell. But, hey, I mean, Rudy Gobert is more likely to be traded. You have to look at how Spo runs defense. And this is where we get back to Bam Adebayo. And Bam Adebayo, the reason why when you talk about running it back, he is untradeable when it comes to this roster. You cannot run the defense the way Eric Spoelstra wants to run it without Bam Adebayo. You do not find a point center, so a big man who handles the ball like Bam Adebayo. I mean, there were points in that series against Boston where, when Kyle Lowry was hurting and they were trying to find ways to mix and match and get into offense, where Bam Adebayo was taking the ball up the floor, and you were incredibly comfortable with that. You don't just find that. That doesn't grow on trees. So what I want to say about Bam, and man, some of the fiery comments that you get about Bam and his inability to be consistently aggressive. I'm going to stand on my island on this, Ira. I would rather see the Heat go all in and give everything up, the trade package you mentioned, go back to listen to the first segment, every available asset to get a Donovan Mitchell or a Bradley Beal. I don't think you're going to have to give up that much for a Zach LaVine, but go get that level of scorer and let Bam be Bam. Don't change who Bam is. Now, this doesn't mean, and I know Pat Riley mentioned the 15 shots a game thing. It doesn't mean that you don't get him to develop a more consistent jump shot. It doesn't mean that he doesn't work on finding one good post move that you're really consistent with. It doesn't mean that when he identifies mismatches that he doesn't immediately. I'm not saying that, but I want him to focus on the things that he is elite at, which is defending wing players for a big man. It is being versatile. It is helping. It is being the fulcrum of that defense. And then offensively, you're not going to find a better passing big man in the league outside of maybe Nikola Jokic. He's incredible. So, like, the things that he does so well, that is a max player. I don't want to hear any more of this, if you're going to pay him the max, he has to take it up this much for your cap. Give me a break, man. It's absurd. So go and find the fit on this roster. So to me, Ira, your first priority is go and see if you can get that elite star. And we can debate in the coming weeks whether Donovan Mitchell or Bradley Beal would be a better fit. The second option, and this is where the Malcolm Brogdon thing fits so perfectly, get yourself a bucket getter, somebody who can get their own shot, somebody who can ISO, can find mismatches, and Malcolm Brogdon would be such a perfect fit for that. Because I don't need Bam Adebayo to go out there and become your secondary
or
scorer.
even like I mentioned, or a TJ Warren and just a secondary kind of guy like that. There are guys, over the years there's been the Steven Jackson. Hell, I have always talked about Jamal Crawford. It might be a guy like that where it's not a two-way guy, but when you're in one of those horrific scoring droughts and you're getting outscored 22-2 or something like that, 17-0, you have a guy who can get you buckets. The other thing is I want to interject here as we're up against the end of the show is this. And I just posted this at sunsentinel.com on my Ask Ira today. I think Bam's skill set is fine. I think he has enough. He's shown that floater and the mid-range jumper. I think it's up here. And my question is, does Bam have the mentality to be an MFer, to keep his eye on the rim and just go hard to the rim? So I think it's more of an attitude adjustment than a game adjustment with Bam, that there are certain times during the game when Jimmy is out, when Tyler's not available, you need to be more of an MFer and just put your eye on the rim. He has the floater. He has the mid-range jumper. We've seen that before. I think there were just times. Game 3, we saw that against Boston. Game 7, we saw that against Boston. I think that's what it is. So I think what Bam Adebayo needs this offseason is an attitude adjustment more than a game adjustment.
And this will be one of the few. I mean, we're probably going to do an entire Bam show at some point because
Next week,
know I'm on my island at this thing. I don't need, and look, I'm okay with when you identify that thing, when you're looking and you're saying, okay, Al Horford can't guard me if I'm going this way. And the thing that I think people need to appreciate when they go back to that Boston series was Rob Williams was coming over and helping out. So it wasn't like it was one-on-one and Bam was like getting out. Anyway, I don't need to get all. We're gonna have
next week a whole show on that. It'll be the Bam Adebayo special on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show. I'm good to go, Clay.
All right, so we're gonna follow this coming up in the next few weeks. Real quickly before we get out of here, you have any feel on this NBA Finals?
I think Golden State has the better team. I think they have the more weapons. I think Klay Thompson will start making shots. I think in the end of the day, I've seen Boston struggle to a greater degree when they're bad than Golden State has struggled when they're off. I think the Warriors eventually get it done.
Remy says, can we trade Kyle Lowry in his contract? No, probably not. Unless you're giving up an asset in order to make it happen. Sure. I can't see it. All right, guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us inside the paint. Remember, next week we're going to get more into this offseason stuff. Have your questions ready to go, and we're going to get to them right here on Inside the Paint as the Big O Show rolls on next.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. Protecting your family is your priority. There's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back, of course, because some of you out there, you may be just tuning in for the first time. Welcome aboard. And those of you that have been hanging in since 8:45 when we started, well, thank you for hanging in there. Appreciate all of you out there. As always, welcome back to the program, the one that is mastered by Sean Stanley every single day. Yes, sir. And talking a little wrestling last night also. Hope you all are doing well. Remember, you can chime in on the Welt and Rayom text line at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. As we've always got that going on. We got the Lightning beating the Rangers last night to tie it up at 2. We've got the Warriors and the Celtics tonight, game 3 on this one. Warriors obviously played like the desperate team that they were supposed to play like in game 2 to even up that series. We will have our liquor split matchup of the night later on in the program. We'll give you our pick on who we like tonight between the Warriors and the Celtics. Marlins routed the Nationals last night. Jazz Chisholm had 6 RBIs, had 2 home runs, including a grand slam. He is fun to watch, man. He is fun to watch. Soler hit his 12th home run also yesterday. So they can we just play the Nationals? I mean, the Marlins would be a 100-win team if we can play the Nationals. That's all I'm asking. That's, we just got to alter the schedule a little bit. Schedule the Nationals every night, and we'll be just fine. And tonight you get to see Sandy against them. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know the NBA Finals will be on, but Sandy's must-see TV, I mean, Jazz Chisholm's fun to watch. I like watching the kid. So there's some things to watch. You just want a little bit more. Craig Mish, by the way, will join us today. It is Tuesday, so we will have our baseball insider joining us. So we'll talk a little Marlins. We'll talk a little baseball. I have a very interesting question to ask Craig Mish about baseball. I'll be intrigued to see what some of you out there, what your response is to that question also. So we'll get into that with him. We got a loaded show. Remember, Ian Rappaport's going to join us now in 5 minutes at 10:10, like he always does every week. Ian Rappaport and our Sloman's Look around the NFL. At 11 o'clock, Matt Verderam is going to stop by from Fansided for his weekly segment. And we got a lot of things to talk about with these guys. Omar Kelly yesterday could not join us because Dolphins camp was going on at the same time. So he had to do his business. I actually saw Omar yesterday at Dolphins camp yesterday. So it's interesting. But so Omar will join us at 11:45. Then it's Jordan Schultz joining us at 12:30 with the Schultz Report, redrecover.com Schultz Report. And then at 1 o'clock, Craig Mish. We will step into the batter's box, the Welt and Rheaume batter's box with Craig Mish. So we've got Wednesdays is always loaded, and we added Omar Kelly to it. So we are absolutely overflowing with the best guest list out there here in South Florida, or covering South Florida sports, that is. Really, seriously, you got national insider, couple national insiders, you got a local insider for football, you had 2 local insiders right now for basketball. You got a local and national insider for baseball in Mish. Actually, 3 national insiders with a Rap Sheet, with Verderam, and with Jordan Schultz. So, I mean, man, are you kidding me? So we got you here, baby. We got you. Let's see. Francisco says, Big O, we got to do something about these Finns fans attacking the media. You may disagree with some reporters, but to say any of them of an agenda or attack their credibility is ridiculous. What do you want me to do, bro? I worry about my show, bro. I'm not going to be worried about people attacking other reporters. That's their problems. You know what I mean? As I said, reporters are not there to be fans. So, that's the problem with some fans. They actually think the reporter's there to be a cheerleader for the team, and it's not what they're there to do, but whatever. Marlins didn't need to get announcer Rich Waltz back. No, Marlins need to spend on the payroll, my brother. That's what they need. Okay? I love Rich Waltz, but bringing Rich Waltz back and not bringing any players doesn't make any sense. Jay says, great watching Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton both hit homers in the first inning yesterday. Yep. You know what? I don't know if I don't know if Craig Mish will pick up on this. But this and I'll bring it up to him for the hell of it now. Jay, you brought something up that I just, whenever I watch the Yankees, they've got the guy Joey Gallo. So I'm just wondering for the few of you that watch baseball. Well, it is the Yankees, so there's a good chance there's more of you that watch the Yankees than, let's say, Marlins baseball. But for those of you that watch it and you're a My Cousin Vinny fan, every time Joey Gallo comes up, I just keep thinking Joe Pesci going, Joey Gallo's dead. My name's Joey Gallo, not Joey Gallo. So that's all I think. Every time I see the Yankees and I see Joey Gallo, okay, well, Gallo was on other teams. I think he was with the A's, I think I remember before. But anyway, I just think My Cousin Vinny, every time that name is mentioned at any point, somebody could turn on the TV and a broadcast coming out, and the announcer says Joey Gallo, and right away, it's just I look and I go, where's Pesci at? Where's Pesci? I'm expecting him to correct the judge, Lurch. No, not Lurch. I'm sorry. Herman Munster. Oh God, too funny, bro. Too funny. I don't know. I may be the only twisted one that thinks, my cousin Vinny every time. That's that's what comes to mind for me, Jay, every time I'm watching the Yankees now and I see Joey Gallo. Big O, what do you personally think happens to Watson? I think 0% chance he plays. Oh, he's got to be suspended for the year. It's got to be suspended for the year. Has to be. The story is just grows, and it's disgusting at every level, and it's a terrible look for the NFL and for the Browns that they allowed him to even negotiate a contract. It's gross. Cardano taking off again, Big O. Cardano is going to be a monster, and I have reloaded up at all these low numbers that it's been at. So I am overloaded with Cardano. I'm waiting, bro. I am not worried about anything going on now. None of that. And by the way, let me tell you something. What just happened now with the government and the passing of this new bill that they're going to pass for crypto, it's not perfect because dApps and crypto exchanges are going to have to be a little bit more forward about their information, and I think it's important because the bill was crafted by crypto people like Cynthia Loomis, the senator. She knows crypto, man. She understands it. Michael Saylor was part of this. They actually use crypto people, and I kept telling you guys and ladies out there that crypto was not in danger with the government, and especially with Biden, because his top donor is Sam Bankman-Fried, the FTX CEO. So a crypto billionaire. So this whole thing, they can't control, the government can't control crypto. They can't control Bitcoin. They can't do any of that. But what they can regulate, and I think it's a good thing, like the dApps are going to now have to reveal who are the owners, who are the people running these companies. And so a lot of times you can find out some of that information, but sometimes you cannot because they don't want you to. It's unacceptable. If you're going to invest in something, you got to know who they are. You know what I mean? I know I wouldn't put my money behind it. But I know Charles Hodgkins is behind Cardano. And I know, who's Gavin Wood is behind Polkadot. And I know that Vitalik is behind Ethereum. So when I know who runs these companies and who are their investors and who is banking them and all that kind of stuff, when I'm able to unearth that information, then I know I have the foundation I need in order to invest as an investor. And to me, that's what I like about this bill, that it's going to add more transparency. And while in crypto you want some anonymity to a certain extent, we cannot have it all the way through because you have to have a little bit of transparency. You have to have it, especially when it comes to investing. So I like the way this thing, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but here's the best part. Here's the part that we can't lose. That by creating this bill, the government has officially legitimized crypto in their government, which I knew was coming because they can't stop it. It's either you go along with it and work with it or allow it to run your ass over. One of the two. It's one of the two. You know what I mean? It's like some of you out there that are naysayers and disbelievers. I laugh at you. It's all right. 2, 4, 5, 6 years from now, you'll be sitting back and you'll be going, damn, O was right. And if I ever see you and you bring it up, I'll say, yeah, I told you. And that's it. And that's fine. But that's what this has done. It has officially legitimized it because the government is going to regulate it. And so that is awesome. And I love that because that gives people that most of you out there that don't know anything about crypto, that don't do any homework on crypto, that don't know anything about any of these companies, you just, go by half-ass comments by other people that don't know anything about crypto. And so then there's all that misinformation because that's what this world is about. Whether it's news or politics or sports or entertainment or whatever, it's all about all kinds of misinformation and people repeating misinformation because they don't do their homework. So that's the best part of that bill, that it officially legitimizes it already. And the government says, yes, we have embraced it. Of course you've embraced it, dude. You better embrace it. If you don't, other countries are going to get way ahead of you. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not into the Democrats or the Republicans or anything like that. I don't care about either side. They're both a mess. But it seems like you get more Republicans that understand crypto than Democrats, unfortunately. And that's it. And the only good thing on the Democratic side is that Biden is open to crypto. That's the only thing. But outside of that, there's a lot of idiots on the Democratic side when it comes to crypto, like a bunch of bunch of morons. A booger eater like Cruz on the Republican side actually knows the value of Bitcoin. And he's a moron. There's only one dude that eats boogers in public, Ted Cruz. Anyway, so anything dealing with government isn't good. No, it's not a matter of dealing with the government, but you do need some regulations. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's got you can't have it like the Wild West. Well, PlayStation, you probably don't know jack shit about this anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So it's just one of those. It's a good thing. That's all I can tell you. It's a good thing. Nothing's going to be perfect because nothing ever is perfect. Nothing ever will be perfect, but it is immense progress. Immense. It's really, really good. Let's see. To Sid, year suspension. Really? You think Watson cares about $200 million plus contract? Sid, I don't know what's going to happen, my brother. That contract could end up getting voided now. The guarantees go out the window. The guarantees go out the window when I'm sorry. My bad. I did not have the right screen up. Let's go to Ian Rappaport, our look around the NFL. I didn't have my live screen up. I had the YouTube screen. Sorry, Ian. Let's go with our Sloman's look around the NFL.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL. It's the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Sloman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
All righty, there he is. I'm sorry, Ian. I apologize. There's a reason why I've been able to talk in radio for 32 years because I can talk a lot of shit. I can just keep going, and I can just keep going. I apologize.
All good, man. I was listening to your crypto rant. I was trying to learn a thing or two, but it's all good. I was educating myself a little bit.
It was it's actually a good thing, that real good progress with working with the government and creating this new bill that they've etched together. And it was like the president allowed a whole bunch of crypto people to actually structure the bill, which
interesting.
Like shocker that they would, it's like, Ian, you've been in the reporting business a long time. You probably years ago worked somewhere where the editor had no idea what you were doing, but was trying to tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
That's kind of what happened.
Yeah.
So in this case, they didn't do that. They actually allowed people that knew about crypto to structure it. So it's actually a good thing. That's why I was trying to explain to people. But anyway, let's get to it. Watson, dude, we're up to 24 cases now. The 24th case was kind of a curveball. It looks like nobody was ready for this. So while everybody says that they've investigated everything and they've turned over every rock and this and that, well, apparently, and the New York Times has also come out with an article with as many as 66 different massage therapists or whatever you want to call them or whatever it is. Are we getting to a point where the Browns are going to have to look at did we make the wrong decision here and we may have to part ways with him? How is this working out right now? Because that situation gets uglier by the minute.
Yeah, and I think there's several factors here. First of all, this is why the NFL takes its time as far as its investigation. The last time we talked to Commissioner Roger Goodell in Atlanta at the spring league meetings, he talked about how the investigation into Deshaun Watson was wrapping up, not that it had been wrapped up. And in fact, the NFL officials had spoken to him, I think about a week before that for 3 days, but then have remained in contact with Watson. And I would expect as these new issues, 23rd, 24th lawsuit come up, the NFL would go back to Watson and, get his version of it, get his reaction, cross-check everything. There is a reason that this investigation is not done, and why even when it is done, the NFL reserves the right to change things, to go back and further discuss discipline, all of these factors if more information comes out. I have not heard sort of buyer's remorse from the Browns. I think they are in, look, when every team was investigating Deshaun Watson, and we know there were several, there were at least 4, likely more, but he chose basically 4 finalists, Panthers, Falcons, Saints, and of course, the Cleveland Browns. They all knew a suspension, perhaps even a lengthy suspension, was possible. So that part of it is not new. Maybe the length, the depth, the vast nature of this, they didn't quite know, but some version of this teams are pretty well aware of.
Why hasn't the commissioner just put this guy on an exempt list to kind of put everything on ice and not put everybody through all of this stuff? I that's the part I don't understand, because obviously with this 24th one, seems like nobody knew about this one, and all of a sudden now. Right. By the way, could this lead to another criminal investigation, another criminal case? Because, okay, the other ones were already heard. Can this go to some kind of a grand jury or something like that also? Could she be filing also criminal charges?
I have not heard that part of it as far as criminal charges go. There's been 2 grand jury investigations, 2 grand juries returned no bill. I have not heard of another one, nor ever heard that this sort of surprise, I guess you would call it, 24th one has, would file charges. It is certainly a fascinating situation to look at. As far as why he has not been placed in the commissioner's exempt list, this exists to take a player who is facing criminal charges off the field. Right? Well, Watson has not been on the field. He's been on the practice field, but players who are suspended, right. DeAndre Hopkins, the most recent, players who are suspended are allowed to practice. So regardless of suspension or not, Watson would be allowed to practice. He didn't play at all last year. So there hasn't actually been a reason to take him off the field. Plus, he is not facing criminal charges, which has been generally the barometer for paid leave or the commissioner's exempt list. So, as crazy as it is, essentially status quo for Deshaun Watson until and unless we get disciplinary news, which should probably happen.
Oop, you broke up there. You broke up there. You froze.
Sorry.
There we go.
Which should, the charges should come at some point before training camp this summer.
And in a way, like you said, they can't really go any farther, the NFL, because then they're going to have problems with the NFLPA, correct? Is that because
Well,
obviously they would be going over a certain boundary that they can't because there are no criminal charges involved?
Well, and the NFL they have suspended players who are not facing criminal charges. Ezekiel Elliott was the most notable.
Oh,
Right,
that's
got
right.
6 games, was not prosecuted at all. The NFL basically punished him more than the legal system did. So there is precedent for that. The fascinating thing here is that Roger Goodell is not going to be deciding the initial discipline. It will be a third-party arbitrator appointed by the NFL and the NFLPA. So this person will make a ruling. The NFL and the NFLPA can both appeal. Ultimately, Goodell will have the final choice, but the initial discipline will not be decided by the NFL itself.
I'm with you there. All right, DK Metcalf. I'm kind of surprised Dolphin fans aren't telling me, hey, why don't we trade for DK Metcalf? Because they want to trade for anybody and everybody that's available, even though they have Tyreek and Waddle, and they added Cedric, who seems like a pretty good addition. So all of a sudden now, no, but seriously, DK Metcalf, what's going on in that situation? Because these are unexcused absences here.
For DK Metcalf, not an excused absence. So DK Metcalf is subject to fines. Seahawks have in the past fined players for similar offenses, for skipping mandatory minicamp, for holding out in training camp, these sorts of matters. So we'll see if they do that. I would say it is a little bit of a surprise. We focus so much on the Deebo Samuel situation. DK Metcalf attended OTAs, then at some point he stopped, and it didn't get a lot of coverage. So he's not at mandatory minicamp. He wouldn't be participating anyway. He's rehabbing a foot injury. So, it's as far as football work, it doesn't really affect anything. But it is, I would say, a symbolic statement that he's not happy with the nature and speed of his contract situation. He remains in LA, not signed to a long-term deal. I know he's a huge part of the Seahawks' future, and they have not entertained any trade offers for him yet. But certainly this is a situation that bears watching.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, they, in a way, if you're gonna develop, what are they gonna have to go a young quarterback now, right? That's what Seattle's gonna have to do in the future, correct? They're gonna have to get young and develop quarterback, right? Is that what they're gonna do?
Well, I mean, this year is either going to be Geno Smith or it's going to be Drew Lock. Are either of those guys the long-term answer?
No.
We'll see. Drew Lock, we'll see. But I think a lot of people think no, but we'll see. I have no idea. Drew Lock's been in the league 3 years. I have no idea what he is. So we will find out.
He does have talent. I will say that. When you watch Drew Lock, you can see there's a skill set there, but he just hasn't been able to put it together on a consistent basis.
Right.
So you're going to go young. This is why I give the Titans a shitload of credit, dude. Because they made the move for Malik, so that Ryan Tannehill's year, this is his last year, and they'll move on and they'll start with Malik. So why pay their top receiver all that money while you're developing a young guy? Go get yourself another young receiver to develop with the young quarterback down the line. That's probably what Seattle should do, because you're eventually going to have to go young, and then that kid's going to have to learn for the next couple of years. Why is DK Metcalf there? You know what I mean? So it almost, I give Tennessee credit because they had the balls to make a really tough decision, but they know they have the foresight. They go, hey, man, we're going in another direction. There's no reason to pay this guy this amount of money for this young quarterback. We'll turn the page. I thought that was really smart. Well, Seattle should take a page from Tennessee in that sense.
Well, and obviously for Tennessee, it is a gamble because, you replace him with Treylon Burks, a similar receiver. That was the comp they had.
Right.
But he's got to be good. I mean, A.J. Brown was really good, and he was insanely productive. Yeah. So it's a really good move to replace a first round or early second round pick with a cheaper option who's just as good. He just has to be good. And I think, they just didn't agree with the value that A.J. Brown wanted, which, the Eagles did, and we'll find out if that was right.
All right, so the Broncos get sold. The gentleman that is the heir for Walmart ends up buying it, Rob Walton.
$4.6 billion.
Yeah, just a drop in the well for that man. But they're, as we watch the NBA do a lot of the right things, and one of half their league, their coaches are minorities. But part of the reason why is they've also got minorities involved also in ownership, in front office, and all kinds of stuff like that. And the NFL is a league that needs to start showing more diversity. And it's not like you want to force the sale to a minority group, but you want to start to make those kind of inroads there. What Again, the Rob Walton thing doesn't make an inroad there. So, that's what I'm asking. What is the league trying to do? Because, we keep talking about an issue that we watch the NBA overcome very easily.
Right.
And they're doing it in a seamless fashion, yet it seems to be like pulling teeth in this league.
Yeah, and I would say, if the NFL had its druthers, the new owner of the Broncos would be someone who is diverse, a minority. That would have been its wish, but the Broncos the sale was beholden to the trustees. Right? It had to be the highest bidder. So Rob Walton knew that. He bid a lot, $4.65 billion, record setting. Now I would expect a high profile minority or diverse officer with the Broncos, either in ownership, with the ownership, advising, perhaps team president. I mean, there's a lot of different ways they can go. I would imagine the next team to sell, the NFL would be pretty heavy-handed in trying to get a minority owner or a diverse owner in the mix.
That is that something to you that you feel like for them it's a priority? It's something that they need to. Okay.
And it should be. And I think for the league, having a minority owner, an African-American owner, perhaps a priority, and I think it will be prioritized going forward.
Are you hearing anything on the Dolphins side? Any rumblings? Because, with the whole Connor Williams move to center and Connor coming out and declaring that, hey, man, I'm at center. I'm here to play. And
saw that.
And, yeah. So JC Treader dead? Over? No more?
I'm going to play golf right now. I imagine JC Treader is probably doing a lot of that this offseason. Probably a lot of grilling. He's a Cornell guy, so he's probably doing a lot of reading. We'll see if someone pays him enough money to get off the couch and get on the field. But it certainly doesn't seem like it's going to be the Dolphins.
All right, so yeah, that's really all I'm worried about. So it doesn't look like that they look, because I mean, if Connor's there, and the method behind the madness, I totally understand. If you can get a solid center in front of your quarterback, it's not just a Tua thing. It's any freaking quarterback in the league needs a hell of a center in front of him, bro. Okay, I mean, Dwight Stevenson 100%. Played in front of Marino, so it's one of those deals. It helps to have that. So I get that it's more valuable for them to fill the center spot than it is the guard spot. So I kind of get that, but that's why I wanted to ask, because we had talked so much about JC Treader, and now we see Connor, and it just looks like this is the direction they're going in.
Yeah.
You see Connor making that transition?
Some smart football people think he will. The offensive coordinator is a former O-line coach, so I imagine the guidance and tutelage will be really good. He's always been a talented player. You have to be smart, really smart, to play that position. It's a good move, and we'll see if it works out. But I think it's a promising move, I would say.
How's the golf game right now? What are you working on?
I'll let you know after today. Driving the ball, okay, still can't putt. But handicap is hovering around 12. So we'll see if I can get that just a little bit lower. But
beers,
so far so
beers during 18 holes. What's the over and under there?
I don't like to drink much when I play golf because I don't like to be bad.
So
Maybe one, but okay. I don't. I like to be good. I don't like to be bad. Golf, beers generally in golf make you bad, unless you're Patrick Mahomes.
Any of my sponsors? Any Perdomo cigars there? Yeah.
Probably not. Now, look, if they want to send me, I'll probably smoke them, but I don't
We'll
have any in
send,
my bag.
I'll send you some Perdomos, bro. Well, I'll talk to Nick. We'll send you some Perdomos.
Sure. Send them my way. I'll smoke them.
Okay. Well, what are you? A light, medium, full body guy? What is it?
Medium. I'm more of a medium kind of guy.
Okay. All right. So when you light it up, you tweet it out to us. All right.
There you go. Sure. I got you.
All right. So we got you a medium. I'm going to talk to Nick. We'll get you a box of some medium. No, I'm not joking around. I'll get you some cigars, dude.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'll take them.
All right. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet. Catch him there at the NFL Network. And, of course, you can catch him every Wednesday doing his thing here if I'm not late talking too much shit. Here on the Slowman's Look Around the NFL. Ian, I love you, my brother. Appreciate you. We'll catch you next week.
Look forward to it. Take care, man.
You got it. There you go. The great Ian Rappaport. Good dude, man. Good dude. My apologies, man. Because I have the live screen here, and here's where I can see – Sean, and I can see anybody that comes in on, the next guest and those kind of things. Here I have the YouTube on the iPad where what you're watching, in other words, and then I have the chat board there. So here's where I watch the chat board from you guys. I have my Twitter feed, my Twitter deck here on a big ass Apple screen there. So that's kind of what I have going on, obviously. So I did not have this on the live screen. I had it on my email there. So I wasn't even looking and paying attention. And Sean's calling me, yo, Ian's there on hold. My bad. John says, apparently there are over 100 masseuses and the Texans even enabled him. Yeah. No, it's a terrible story. It's a terrible story. Yeah, it's disgusting at like all levels. And then the NDA also, the Texans supplied the NDA like it's a massage, but this is a guy. All right, look, on the Watson thing, we're talking about a first of all, he said it was only massages. Then when all the information started coming out that there were more things, those were consensual. And then it comes out that, the lawyer then comes out with that story. Well, sometimes happy endings, happen in massages. Not really. A happy ending happens when they're giving you a happy ending. But if they're working the knot on your shoulder, that's not supposed to give you a hard-on. I'm sorry. You got that jam shoulder, you got that bum knee, and they're working on that knee that hurts like crazy. I doubt you're getting a hard-on there. You know what I'm saying? So, it's lie after lie after lie after. Even, when Rusty Hardin says that the Dolphins were this close, he's a bullshitter. He's a lawyer. I'm not even believing that either. I don't believe anything is overall, but you start looking at everything that's going on. This is as dirty as it gets. This is as disgusting as it gets. And the fact that all this lying is going on, it just tells me that Deshaun Watson is guilty. Guilty, dude. Guilty. The problem that's going to be in all of this is it's he said, she said. And if these ladies have no videos and no pictures or no audio in order to prove that it went on, it's going to be hard to prove it. That's all. Ray Rice did not get away with it because of that video. If there was no video and it was a he said, she said, oh no, he hit me and dragged me off like a sack of potatoes from the elevator and he even spit on me, you would have never known. Oh, it's he said, she said. We don't know. We weren't there, but the video allowed us there. There's so many women that it's so dirty that it has nothing to do with masseuses. It has nothing to do with massages. When all you have to do is look at the amount of women And anybody will tell you a massage is like your barber. A massage is like your doctor. A massage is like your therapist. You go to the same person. You don't go to a different massage person every single time. Bullshit. Once you find the person that knows how to get the knots out of your shoulder, back, knees, whatever, knows how to, I don't know, work on your spine or whatever makes you feel good, that's the person you hire every single time. Sure, you might travel and you go to a spa at a nice hotel somewhere and you just, oh, well, I'm kind of a little tight, whatever, I'll go get a massage. I've never had a massage in my life. Like, gone to get a massage. I've never done that. Now, there's been massages involved in activities in the bedroom, but that's different. But it's just one of those where it's just sick. The man is sick. There's something wrong with him. That's all. And all you have to do is just look at it from an outsider's point of view. You don't need to know what he said, she said. All you need to know is look at the amount of people involved, the accusations, the NDAs, and the fact that you started off with 800 lies. When you have all of those people on that list and you ain't looking for a massage. You're only looking for happy endings. That's all he was looking for. He was never looking for a massage. So that's what's going on. Deshaun Watson, as I've been saying for a long time now, there's something wrong with that guy. He's not normal. Okay? He's sick. He's sick. He needs help. He's not the kind of guy that should be around women. However he acts in public, it's obviously a facade for behind the scenes. The behavior is disgusting. The behavior of the Houston Texans is disgusting. The behavior of the NFL to allow this to even happen is disgusting. It's pathetic that the Cleveland Browns went to this extreme to want to win, and I would be tearing the Dolphins down if they did the same thing. It would be even worse because I don't care about the Browns. So I can just say that they're lowlifes and they're scummy. But if it was the Dolphins, oh my Lord, would I be just ripping the crap out of Stephen Ross. Because all you're doing is enabling pretty much an alleged rapist, an alleged sexual offender. So it's as gross as it gets, that story. And the NFL is disgusting for allowing itself to be associated with it. And I don't know how sponsors don't drop left and right from the Cleveland Browns. I have no idea. I don't know how women even watch pro football. I don't understand it. So it's just it's crazy. Big O, who is the dark horse superstar that the Heat can make a big move for? Love you, brother. Keep up the great work with Sean. Thank you, Stephen. Stephen, my guess is as good as yours, my brother. And I'm going to go with Donovan Mitchell. I'm going to go with Donovan Mitchell because Utah's made so many changes. Hopefully that kid's smart enough to get to the point of saying, I got to get out of here. And in the end, you can't win in Utah. That's the one thing that Donovan Mitchell has to know. You can't win in Utah. And they were damn good with Karl Malone and John Stockton. Yet somehow or another, they couldn't get over the hump because of Michael. They've never had teams like that again, and they probably never will. But Donovan Mitchell or anybody else that goes to Utah, you're not going to get free agents to go there. So they have to draft the guys. He has to know that. Anyone that plays in certain places, if you play in Sacramento, you're not going to get free agents. If you play in Indiana, you're not going to get free agents. You have to know that if you're in Orlando, you have to know that if you're in New Orleans. If you don't trade or draft for them, there's no way you're going to convince them to come to your town. So the only way Utah is going to be able to acquire anything is via trade. And Donovan Mitchell has to figure out by now that Utah is not a destination for NBA players. That's all. Not a destination whatsoever. So just nuts, man. I think Mitchell's the guy you got to go after. That's going to be a bad look for Dwayne Wade if it does happen. I don't know if he can stay there after that because it's not going to, even if he has nothing to do with it, which he probably won't, it's not going to look good for him if Mitchell ends up in Miami. Let's see. What else do we have? I go to the laundromat massage parlor combo. That's pretty good. All about the ending, bro. That's what Emilio says. Big O sounds like Deshaun Watson bumped up on a prostitution ring. Nobody came forward. Yeah, he is definitely a straight out pimping. Terry Crews admitted to being addicted to porn and touching himself. True story. Let's see. Playing devil's advocate. If the women knew that the way he was acting and talking was wrong and unprofessional, why didn't they just stop? Some of them probably did. We don't know. Now you're assuming that everybody went through with it. You know, that last woman quit. She quit being a massage therapist after that experience with Deshaun Watson. We don't know what happened behind the scenes. Some of these women might be so embarrassed and disgusted they don't want to come forward. If we signed Watson, it would have cut 5 years off of Big O's lifespan. I would have been pretty disgusted with the Dolphins. It would have been bad. I would not be happy with the Dolphins. In any way, shape, or form. I would not be happy with the Dolphins. Massage therapists wearing body cams will probably be a new show. Well, the problem is that the client, you're showing their body and all that, so it probably won't happen. There still has to be a level of privacy because the person you're massaging probably will not want to be filmed. Pee Wee Watson. I like it. 66 and 17 months, insane. Private masseuse, you stick with, not chart. No, it's there's no private masseuse here, Giovanni. The guy's looking for women. Okay. Chad says agree. I think Mitchell is the guy, no questions. Keep Jimmy and Bam, and anyone else is up for grabs. Yep. D Wade gave us LeBron, Bosch, Butler. He rigged the dunk contest for Derrick Jones Jr. He'll get a Mitchell. LOL. The double agent. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Dwayne Wade, this is your assignment should you decide to accept it. You will go to Utah, become a part owner of the Utah Jazz. Yes, Dwayne, we said Utah. No, Utah. No, not Chicago. Utah. No, not LA. Utah. You got us, Dwayne? Okay. All right, you got it. All right. Your job, should you decide to accept it, go to Utah and bring back Donovan Mitchell to the Miami Heat. And then he picked up on it. So he goes, oh, you want me to do what I did with Derek Jones? Oh, you want me to do what I did? And it's exactly what you're talking about, Henley. It's exactly it. So Dwayne Wade playing the role of Peter Graves in Mission Impossible or Tom Cruise, whichever Mission Impossible you like or both. This is his assignment. He's got to bring back Donovan Mitchell. By the way, when Mitchell comes to Miami, we need to change I-95 to I-Wade. Okay? It's got to go to I-Wade. I mean, we got to name an entire freaking highway after this guy now. Forget just Biscayne Boulevard. That's not enough. No. Once he brings us Mitchell, come on, man, we gotta up the ante. The new Obi-Wan Kenobi show is absolutely terrible, Travers says. Well, there you go. Don't watch it. Medellin says, was there a receiver in Dolphins named Vinny Falconer? No, I don't know anybody named that. I mean, I'm not saying that there wasn't one, but I can't say that I know of any. Unless that's a joke that you ran by me that I have no idea what Vinny Falconer is. Mo says 24 ladies press charges. Imagine how many haven't. Oh, yeah. How many are terrified, disgusted, embarrassed that they don't want to be part of the circus. Yeah. It's pretty strong by some that have been violated in that group, and they're still part of this whole thing. It's pretty amazing to go through all of that. Do I watch Stranger Things? No, I do not. My wife, my daughter does. They love it. Everybody likes Stranger Things. So all I've heard is good stuff, but I have not watched it yet. So one day I'll get the bug and I'll start to binge watch Stranger Things and catch up. But all I hear is good stuff. So my daughter freaking loves the show. She's got sweaters and T-shirts of Stranger Things and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Yeah, we all know why Watson's not a Dolphin, because Big O said so. That's right. You got that right. Now, when we talk about stuff here on the show, one of the things we like to do is we like to lock things down. And sometimes in sports, things get a little loose. And when they get loose, you need to lock it down. Storm is coming. You got to lock some stuff down, right? When things are out of place, you got to lock it down. You got to straighten it out. And I got to tell you something. The Miami Dolphins and Mike McDaniel need to lock this down.
Time to lock it down. The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Services in South Florida from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, ALennyLocksmith.com locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Here's the Big O to tell you what needs to be locked down.
Needs to be locked down. My sanity as a Miami Dolphins fan. Your sanity as a Miami Dolphins fan. You know why? Because after Don Shula, we don't have a lot to brag about. We don't have a lot of eras to brag about. We don't have any kind of winning to brag about. We haven't seen anything of significant outside of the Don Shula era. This is why Mike McDaniel needs to lock it down. Because as a Dolphins fan, I'm kind of tired of this. Dave Wanstead is the second greatest coach in Miami Dolphins history. Yeah, run the fingers through your hair on that one. Yeah. Mike McDaniel, Mr. Swag, Mr. Cool, Mr. Getting everybody comfortable in their situation, needs to lock it down and become the second greatest coach in Dolphin history. Because I'm a little tired of looking at Dave Wanstead at 45 and 35 with a 56.3 winning percentage. Dave did a good job, but he picked up from Jimmy's defense. And, Jimmy, by the way, owns the same winning percentage as Dave Wanstead, 56.3. But he's got a 36 and 28 record. Okay? And he was a thorough embarrassment in the playoffs, just like Dave Wanstead. Mike McDaniel, save me, brother. Brian Flores is 4th. Adam Gase is 5th. What are you doing to me? I need more good coaches in the history of the Miami Dolphins. Wanstead, not good enough. Johnson, not good enough. Flores, not good enough. Gase, not good enough. Mike, save me, brother. Bring competent offense. Create a team that can win. Hopefully, Tua becomes that franchise quarterback I believe he can be. Because as a Dolphin Nation, man, we need it. It's every time we look at success, we can only look at Shula. Everyone else that's taken up after Shula is a secondary mediocre coach. And yes, I'm throwing Jimmy Johnson in there. Okay? So he picked a couple defensive players, but he was a joke on offense. And he was a joke in the playoffs. So I'm tired of mediocre coaches. I'm tired of secondary coaches. I'm tired of coaches that can't build a staff. I'm tired of coaches that can't actually develop players. So Mike McDaniel, please lock it down, man. Lock it down. Become the second greatest Dolphins coach. Become the guy that goes to the playoffs. Become the guy that starts to win in the playoffs. How about giving us a couple of deep runs into the playoffs? Give us things to remember. Because I don't want to remember anything from all these other guys because none of them won a damn thing. The Miami Miracle is nice. It's not enough. I'm tired of meaningless games that we use as marquee moments because we have none. Because at 1-15, we have to celebrate the play of one wide receiver breaking free for a touchdown. Like that's some great play, or it's just a play that saved us from a shameful end to a winless season. These are the things that we hang our hat on nowadays as Dolphin fans. Why? Because the coaches that have taken over after Don Shula are not good enough. Mike McDaniel, my brother, please change it. Please lock it down. Be better than everybody. Hell, go challenge Shula, please. But I want the Dolphin Nation to experience another great coach because we haven't had one since Don Shula. That's the lockdown segment.
The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming. All model cars. 24-hour service. Call them anywhere in South Florida at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at ALennyLocksmith.com where we lock it down.
All right, there we go. All right, let's take a quick break. Give me a minute here. Matt Verderam set to join us here on the program.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Weldon Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Weldon Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Weldon Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Weldon Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions, from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The Huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
All righty, there he is. And, of course, Red Recover, by the way, is also used by Hayden Hurst, first-round pick and tight end of the Cincinnati Bengals. He uses Red Recover as part of his daily recovery program to optimize performance on Sundays. And if you want to check out his testimonial, you can go to redrecover.com. Matt Verderam, you can follow him on Twitter like I and many others do at Matt Verderam. Stack in the Box podcast, too. Make sure you subscribe to that. Good morning, sir. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Let's massage the interview in this direction now. We got 66, probably maybe over 100 now. There's 24 on the list. The 24th was a curveball that they, because these NFL investigators and these NFL teams, Matt, they're such great investigators. I love when they say, no, we've investigated all of this. We know everything that's going on. Sure you do. Where does this go, dude? Where does this end? Because this is a terrible look for the NFL, a terrible look for the Browns. And as I've told fans here, if the Dolphins would have done it, I would have been ripping the Dolphins every day. And I said this months ago throughout the offseason when the talk was going on during the season and all that with Watson, I said I never wanted anything of this guy because that guy, there's something wrong with him. And I would rather win in other ways than that. This is a bad look for everybody, dude. Where does this end?
It's terrible luck. Listen, and you mentioned, the Dolphins were a team that was linked to him for a while. There were a lot of teams that were linked to him for a while. Heck, everybody in the NFC South was linked to him at one point or another. A lot of teams wanted to acquire Deshaun Watson. The Browns ended up being the one that gave him $230 million fully guaranteed and bent over backwards in that contract to make sure that he was financially protected no matter what happened. Look, the story by Jenny Ventress in the New York Times yesterday was really illuminating, not only because of the 66 now people that he pursued for a massage, and obviously we already know about the 24 civil suits against him, 2 in the last 10 days or so. But in that story, the Houston Texans were alleged to have been giving him, help in terms of finding massages and then also providing NDAs. Not good. Not good. And I don't know where that goes. I would imagine the NFL is going to start looking into that immediately if they haven't already.
By the way, when they go work on that knot in your back, is that when you get a stiffy?
I couldn't tell.
You know what I'm saying?
Couldn't tell.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, when you go get a massage, you're not really getting aroused because usually there's a pain involved that they're working on, and that's just not really an arousal.
Right. I mean, usually in a massage setting, you're right. I mean, there's pain involved. There's, it's really a relaxation of muscles. I mean, that's the whole point of a massage. So, look, the bottom line of this all is, if I am Roger Goodell, I would suspend him indefinitely because I don't know how, until this is all adjudicated, I don't know how you can sit there and suspend him for a determined length of time. I mean, look, the one thing the NFL cannot do is come off as unfeeling with this. They cannot go too little. They can punish Watson as much as they want in the court of public opinion, and nobody's going to say anything. They cannot come off looking like they don't care, that they don't believe these women. And so to me, if I'm Goodell, I'm covering my own bases and saying, look, we're suspending you indefinitely. When all this stuff is taken care of, come talk to us. We will go from there. But I do not see any way he starts the season. And I, frankly, at this point, and I've felt this way for a while, even before the last 2 accusers, I don't think he's going to play this year. I really don't.
Yeah. And listen, all it is one lie on top of another. Because this started off with, no, I was just going for massages. Well, then once the sexual activity came to light, well, things happen in some of them, and it was all consensual. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then we get to the point now where we got sometimes a happy ending happens in a massage. And no, it doesn't, dude. No, it doesn't. A happy ending happens in a massage that's meant for happy endings. Yeah. Okay? Because that's the way it goes. But normally it does not. And then sure enough, this explosive story also then, comes out. So all this is one lie being built on top of another lie, on top of another lie. And it's exactly what you said. And this is what the NFL has been incredibly guilty of in the past. Their insensitivity to all crimes against women.
Yeah.
That's been notorious in this league. And by the way, they're still showing that throughout the process of this Watson thing because he should have been on the commissioner's list. He should have never been allowed. Neither the Texans should have ever been allowed to make any kind of a deal until what you said, until it is all over. When everything is over and everything is settled, that's it. Because now you got everybody answering questions for you on top of all of that. So now all the Browns players have to now deal with all of these questions. And why? Because you moved that cancer from out of Houston into the NFL and into the Browns.
Well, and I look at this too with Jimmy and Dee Haslam, who own the Browns, and say, where are you in all this?
Right.
Where are you? When he was acquired, they were not at his introductory press conference. It was Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry who were left up there along with Deshaun Watson to answer questions. The Haslams did their own separate Zoom hours later. They were nowhere to be found. That is extremely odd. Normally, in a situation like that, the owner is the first one to speak. They are out front. Jimmy and Dee Haslam were nowhere. Nobody knew where they were for hours, and then all of a sudden, okay, now we're going to do a Zoom. They still are not allowing, the team is not allowing Deshaun Watson to talk to the media at OTAs. And look, nobody expects him to talk about his legal situation. We all understand that he's not going to do that. He's not even being made available to talk about football stuff. I mean, nothing. Right. I mean, you paid $230 million, and you're so confident in this guy as a player and apparently as a person, and yet where is he? Where is the Browns' transparency in all this? They talk about due diligence. Look, if you believe the Browns did their due diligence in this, I have a bridge to sell you.
Right.
Because I'm guessing the Browns read that New York Times story yesterday and they were learning in real time about all of it. Look, the idea that the NFL and these teams in the NFL don't have the ability to investigate, like, they can hire whoever they want. They can hire
no power
into the earth. Right? I mean,
zero power.
The Browns, it has been documented, interviewed not just the Browns, but whoever they hired, if they hired anybody at all, did not interview one of these women, did not contact Tony Busby, and they did their due diligence. I mean, what are we talking about? The Browns deserve whatever they get here. Whatever happens here, they deserve.
They chose not to be objective in their view. That way, they didn't. Whatever they don't unearth and they don't know, well, then they can act like, well, we didn't know, we made a mistake. And so that's better than investigating, knowing. It's kind of like the Ray Rice thing. A lot of people feel like the NFL knew about the video, but they felt like it wasn't going to get out, so they would get away with the two games. And then the video got out, and then all hell broke loose.
Yeah. Well, I think I've used that as an example a few times here in the last few months. You know, people forget because now it was like a decade ago. He got 2 games. He got a 2-game suspension, and then TMZ dropped that video, and he never played in the NFL again. You know, Kareem Hunt was a rushing champion for the Chiefs as a rookie, was in his second year, and, well, what happens? Well, you know, there was an issue in Cleveland. It was during the offseason. Nothing was really made about it. You heard there was a little bit of a dispute, but it was really downplayed. And then video came out, him kicking this 19-year-old woman. And the Chiefs in their statement, which I always remember because I thought it was telling of the way NFL teams think, when they released him that night, they specifically put in there that they released him because he lied to them. Not necessarily because of what he did, but because he lied about it. And that all brings us full circle with Watson. I have no idea if there's any videos floating around out there with Watson, but neither does the NFL. And if I'm the NFL, that's the biggest reason I'm suspending him indefinitely. If they come out, you don't know if TMZ is sitting on a video. You know if somebody else is sitting on a video waiting for the NFL to suspend them for 6 games. And then that day, TMZ says, oh, yeah, you suspended him for 6 games? Here's a video of something he did that got caught on closed circuit, whatever. You don't.
Hell, they might wait till he's about to take the field in the regular season or something, and then whip out that video.
You got to cover yourself if you're the NFL. To me, the easiest move is to suspend him indefinitely and just say, look, once you adjudicate all these civil suits against you and everything is cleared up, then we will talk. But until then, we don't want you on the field. We want you nowhere near the field. And if that happens and the Browns have to eat a bunch of this money, well, that's their problem. They put themselves in that position.
I'm with you there. You were tweeting about Aaron Donald a couple of days ago, and I retweeted back at you that he's already a first ballot Hall of Famer. He can leave the game, and you got to put his ass right in there. To me, he's the greatest defensive lineman I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen. He's Lawrence Taylor in the defensive line. You know, he's like that guy that just was unblockable and unstoppable, you know, in his own way. Very few of those guys. Was this all about money? Because after all the threats and everything and all the talk about retiring and all this kind of stuff and rapping and all that other stuff that he wants to do, then all of a sudden the big deal comes and he's a Ram now for a few more years. Was it more about money than anything else?
Yeah, of course. Of course it was. And that's fine.
No, because I actually thought he really was kind of like, because he looks like the kind of guy like Jim Brown, like, yeah, I already did this. I'm not that impressed. Let me
Right.
go do some movies. Let me go, like one of those kind of dudes, like Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders, like, yeah, you know what, dude, losing his ways on my ass. I know I'm a badass. I already did this. I'm out of here. I'm gone. I thought he might be one of those kind of guys, but he wasn't.
Well, I mean, I think I agree with you in the sense I think he could have walked away, and obviously I think he would have been successful in life. I mean, Jim Brown, you mentioned him. Look, he retired at the peak of his career and went and did the 30 Dozen and a whole bunch of movies. I think with Aaron Donald, sure, a lot of it was, listen, I want to get more money. I want to get paid while I can, and good for him. I mean, normally any team paying a guy who's not a quarterback $30 million a year, I think would be insane. But in this case, I actually think for the Rams it makes sense because I'm with you. He's in my lifetime, he's definitely the greatest defensive lineman I've ever seen.
Yes.
And I mean, he's right up there with anybody you want to toss out there. Bob Lilly.
I've seen Lilly. I've seen Reggie White. I've seen Warren Sapp. I've seen
Merlin
Derek
Olsen.
Rogers. I've seen. I mean, I've seen all kinds of these guys. There's nothing like that guy. He's the Lawrence Taylor of that. Him, Reggie White, and Lawrence Taylor may be the three most dominant people I've ever seen in that front seven.
He tilts the field in a way that no defensive tackles probably ever tilted the field. And look, I think if you're him, when else do you have more leverage than to get money now, right? You're willing to retire at 31. You just won a Super Bowl. You've been to 2, as you said, and you're right. I mean, if he retired tomorrow, he's walking into Canton. I don't think there's any argument about that. So, I think for him, he probably looked at it and said, if they don't pay me, that's fine. I can walk away. But if they're willing to pay me enough to keep me around, okay. And if you're the Rams, you're going, yeah, we'd like to keep winning, so we'd like to bring you back. It's a good deal for both sides. The Rams keep their all-world defensive tackle. Donald gets some extra money on the side, and it's all good. And so I would expect him to play out this contract and probably walk away at the end of it. But hey, in the end, if you're the Rams, that money's worth its weight in gold when he's got 15 sacks and he's turning guys around him into really good players because they're not even getting blocked. It works out for all parties.
Yeah, he's one of the few players you scheme for on offense. Like that. That's it. He's just one of those kind of guys. All right. So as an NFL reporter, I have the hardest question in the world for you right now. One that I don't know if you can produce an answer, Matt Verderam. What effing cap are they working with? Do they have a baseball cap over there with the Rams? Because I'm still trying to figure this out. Like, they keep signing, like they don't draft people, they sign people, and they give everybody money over there with the Rams. When does it catch up? When do you have to pay the credit card? Because at one point or another, dead money will catch up to you. You know what I'm saying? Although right now, outside of the running back a couple of years back, none of it has been bad money, actually. All of it has been, I think they're all on the roster, if I'm correct, except for the running back.
Todd Gurley definitely was the most. Jared Goff was also.
That's right. Goff. That was the other bad one. Yes. Although Detroit inherited.
Right. They took on a lot of it. Yeah. I like, you know what? The Rams, to their credit, the biggest thing about them is when they do this, they typically don't miss. The thing, I mean, that is the thing that has really helped them out quite a bit. And they bring in guys who are like mercenaries for a year or 2 years. OBJ, maybe he comes back, maybe he doesn't. Von Miller, there for half a season, gone. There are a lot of examples like that. Marcus Peters was there a little longer than that. They brought him in, then they traded him out. Aqib Talib was there briefly and then gone. Now, Robert Woods was brought in for a while, but they just recently traded him, right? So they move guys in and out. I will say this about the Rams. On the flip side of that, the bill does always come due. I mean, when you're not drafting guys consistently, it becomes very hard to stay under the cap and be productive. Now, look, even this year, they lost a lot of guys. I mean, Andrew Whitworth retired. Austin Corbett, he's gone. He left in free agency. We know that they traded Woods. I know they brought in Allen Robinson. Odell Beckham's a free agent. They lost Darius Williams out of their secondary. They've recently lost John Johnson. Troy Hill, they lost. Now he's actually back. He signed as a free agent. But they've lost a lot of pieces. It's hard. That being said, they've done a pretty good job about knowing when to move on. I always am amazed at someone who covers this league with the Saints. Mickey Loomis will just willfully put them in cap hill year in, year out. Like the Saints next year at a projected cap, I think of 225. It's over on overthecap.com. So it's a great site. There's something like $75 million over the cap for next year already. They do this every year.
Yeah.
Some of these teams do this every year. The Panthers are ridiculously over the cap, and they're terrible. It's an art form, really, with some of these teams. But they just keep restructuring and they keep moving the money down. But eventually, we
were doing that in the Tannenbaum era. We were doing that a lot in the Tannenbaum era.
Right.
Yeah. And we were bad. On top of
it's
all
one
that.
thing to be expensive. It's quite another to be bad. By the way, a team that's paying for that right now is the Atlanta Falcons, who did this under Thomas Dimitroff for years. And they kept trying to prop the window open. And they finally said, all right, we got to bite the bullet. Julio's done. Matt Ryan, we're going to move him. Most people couldn't name five guys.
To their credit, they had a 25-point lead.
Yeah, well,
to their credit, the front office did their job, and the boys out there on the field had a 25-point lead.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to lose that Super Bowl. It's kind of like I always feel for Marv Levy, right? Because Scott Norwood, I know it's Norwood, folks, but we call him Norwood. But Norwood goes and misses that field goal, and the poor man, who is a freaking awesome coach, and the Bills, which that Bills team is one of the greatest NFL teams ever. I don't care if they didn't win a championship. That's one of the greatest teams I've ever seen in my life.
It is.
And damn, a field goal. It's like, I can't blame Jim Kelly, and I can't blame Darryl Talley, and I can't blame Bruce Smith. It's like sometimes it's a bitch too. So I got to give the Falcons front office a little break there, boy. Their guys had a 25-point lead. They should have won that one, man.
They did. But they're the example of what happens when that bill comes due. Look around. How many fans listening to this show? How many people can name 5 players on that team?
Right. Yeah.
They are brutal. Well, that's why.
Yeah. That's crazy. All right. One more thing before I let you go. And I'm going to bring it back full circle to the Deshaun thing. There's no way that they're really, because Deshaun, I think I'm with you. I don't think he plays this year. I think the NFL has to come to their senses and say, this guy has to be put on ice with all this mess here until we can't have this part of our league the entire year. So, dude, are they really going to keep Baker Mayfield? Because they desperately need him now. And then Baker knows that. And I would imagine that he'll be smart enough to take advantage of the playing time. But I also know he's arrogant enough that those press conferences are ones that the Browns are not going to enjoy. I'm talking about the Browns front office and coach. If he's playing well, that is, of course. If he plays well, this could be like a toxic situation on one end with Watson, then becomes another toxic train crash like situation. Even if you're having success, Baker Mayfield can kind of stir the drink and kind of screw things up. You know what I'm saying?
So I actually wrote in my Stack in the Box column that I read every morning, Monday morning on Fanside. I wrote about this. This was my lead, which was, look, this is a looming disaster that if you're not a Browns fan is almost impossible to take your eyes off of. Like, you have to watch this. If Deshaun Watson does not play this year, they have to keep Baker Mayfield. What else are they going to do? They all know, like, if you're Kevin Stefanski, you're looking at the owner's box and going, they'll fire me. If we go 6-11 this year, they will fire me. We have to win. And say whatever you want about Baker, he's better than Jacoby Brissett. So you've got right. People in Miami understand. Okay, so
we call him Jabroni Brisket.
He is not great. So
that's right. He's a jabroni.
Yeah. So you need Baker, and yet you were so desperate to move on from Baker that you gave $230 million to a guy who at the time had 22 civil suits against him. You did everything imaginable to move on. You now have to call Baker into your office if you're Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski and go, listen, Baker, I know things have been said. I know we did everything imaginable to bury you. Listen, we're sorry. Here's the football. Go for it. And if you're Baker, here's the craziest part about this. Normally, in a lot of situations in this scenario, Baker would tell them to go to hell. He can't tell him to go to hell.
No.
He has to play. He has
best opportunity for him.
Of course.
The best opportunity he will get in the NFL. You're better off running Cleveland than being traded to Carolina, bro.
Of course. He needs to reset his value. And also, he needs to get paid. If he doesn't show up, he doesn't get paid. And do you know what's the highest cap hit on the Browns this year? Baker Mayfield. Okay? So at $19 million. I believe it's 18.86 or something like that. So now, if you're him, as much as you hate the organization, you need to play because you need to reset your market value. So now you have this situation where the team wants no part of him to the tune of almost giving $250 million to a guy who is facing now 24 civil suits. You have the quarterback who they wanted to get rid of, who does not want to be there, who now has to be there, and not only has to be there, but has to play well. And the funniest part about all this, in terms of if you are thinking that the Browns deserve what's coming to them, let's say Mayfield goes out and plays the whole year and plays really, really well. The Browns can't even tag him because they can't afford to do it. So he would just walk out the door and the Browns would get nothing. They'd get a comp pick. And if they were dumb enough to tag him at $40 million, they'd have $86 million tied up in their quarterbacks. And inevitably, when no team trades for him, because everybody knows they have to cut him, and then they were to release him off the tag, guess what? They get no comp pick because now they've technically released him. If they were to tag him and he doesn't sign the tag, which of course he wouldn't sign it, why would he? They can't trade him because he's not signed to the tag. So there's a real scenario. He plays this whole year, plays really well. They can't even trade him because they can't afford to trade him. They can't get him on a tag. It's unbelievable how badly they've boxed themselves into a corner.
Well, and I don't know if you saw the Armando Salguero report from Outkick, but the Clevedashians also may be thinking about bringing back OBJ that they've had discussions.
I did see that, yes.
I mean, what? So Dad's ready to load up the Mayfield videos again? I mean, really, the Clevedashians are going to do it because this is what we got to call them now. They're the Clevedashians now at this point. I mean, you bring back OBJ, my man. This is. By the way, isn't Hard Knocks there this year?
Hard Knocks
the Browns?
No. Thank God, it's not that. It's the Lions.
Oh, it's the Lions. That's right. It's another train.
But, with OBJ quickly, why? If you're Odell Beckham, why in the world would you sign there? Well, I just don't anywhere else. Go sign with a team re-sign with the Rams. Go play for the Packers and be the number one receiver on the team. Go sign with Kansas City and go catch 100 balls from Mahomes. You want to go there? That's the place. If I was a free agent, that's the last place in the world I'd want to hitch my wagon to right now, especially as an offensive player.
I just hard to believe that the Browns would even talk about that. Plus, again, I think it's what you said now, Matt. You're OBJ. You're laughing like, yo, dude, I'll go play in the XFL before I play for you guys again. You know what I mean? So yeah, that is just crazy stuff. All right, tell them about the Stack in the Box podcast.
Sure. So every Tuesday at 11 o'clock Central, go live. On Stack in the Box, we cover the whole league. It's an hour long. You can chat in the side. You can ask questions, but we cover everything. Have throughout the season. Always have guests. Always have players come on. Guys, ranging from Juju Smith-Schuster to Derrick Henry. A couple of guests we had last year. So always a good time. Always fun. And if you'd like to follow me, as O pointed out earlier, at Matt Verderam, which I don't even have to spell out because it's on the screen, so you can just check me out.
That's right. Exactly. What we need to do is next time you fill it in, put an @ there so they know to go to @ like I do with @ Big O Show. That's what we got. That's what we got to do. But it's @ Matt Verderam. Follow him there at Fansided and support the hell out of him. and catch him here every single week. And don't forget at redrecover.com or on Instagram at red.recover. Use our discount code Big O. You will receive 10% off your sale there if you're looking to relieve any kind of pain, grow your hair back, all kinds of different things that you can get at redrecover.com. Matt, appreciate you as always. We will catch up next week, my friend. Enjoy the crazy world that is the NFL, because now they've got time off for the next 6 weeks. You know what that means, unfortunately.
It's never good. It's never good.
No. Time off is never, ever good. All right, Matt. Catch you next week, my friend. Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot.
You got it. That is The Huddle. RedRecover.com. The Huddle with Matt Verderam.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
And there you go. I'm going to turn on my hat. I'm going to wear it for 15 minutes. There you go. You know who's on in 15 minutes? Omar Kelly. So that's how simple it is. See, there's a little light. There's a Red Recover. So there you go. This is how I'm helping my hair grow back here. My natural yarmulke. And you can order the hat also at redrecover.com. Go to redrecover.com. You can check out the blogs. You can check out the videos. You're suffering from chronic pains like arthritis, neck or lower back discomfort. Only 15 minutes will bring about tremendous relief. Feel better without using medication, folks. Red Recover is 100% natural with no side effects. And I should know, because I use it. My wife uses it also for her hair too. She actually wears the hat every day, but she actually has a Red Recover wrap for her knee. And on days that there's a lot of humidity or it's cold, she gets those knee pains. So she uses Red Recover. So there you go. Go to redrecover.com. Use my code Big O so you can get 10% off. Find out about everything there, all the different products. Go to redrecover.com. Packers have no wide receivers this year. Aaron Jones probably leads the team in receptions. Well, they did draft a young kid. Chapman says, I'm a half hour behind, but you were talking about earlier with Donovan Mitchell. Danny Ainge is already in Utah. Maybe they're there to hook up the Celtics like Kevin McHale did in Minnesota. No, because Mitchell already plays a position that they have filled. So, no, I don't think so. I don't think that that's the case, but it's pretty interesting the way you bring it up with Danny Ainge. He could be the double agent for Boston. I'm saying Wade the double agent for us. Maybe Danny Ainge is the double agent for Boston. You're right. You never know. Really, Seals from Seals and Croft passed away. 80 years old. I did not know that, Luke. Thank you. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, you know what? Maybe on my way cruising up to Daytona today, in honor of Seals, maybe I'll pull up the greatest hits and I'll listen to a couple of Seals and Croft songs because they have a bunch of them. I'm with you there. I did not know he passed away, but although 80 is good, if I can get to 80, that's awesome. Okay. I mean, I feel blessed every day that I open my eyes and I'm only 55. You know, I lost my dad at 51. It's like ridiculous. I've already outlived my dad, which is just stupid to think. My dad died at 51 years old. And it's like every time I think about that, it makes me sick to my stomach. You know, he would be close to 80 now. He would be somewhere in his high 70s right now. He would be about 78, I think he would be right now. Yeah. No, 79. He would have just turned 79 in May. So, just tough, man. Tough. But yeah, every day's a blessing, ladies and gentlemen. And if Seals can get to 80, that's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I mean, I saw, the Queen over the weekend, and she's in her 90s. It's pretty awesome when you can make it that far. Slowman's is in the house. Yeah, Alarmo's always in the house. Says, happy Wednesday from New York. Slowman's is here. Good stuff, Matt. Love the hat. Oh, thank you. Helps. It helps. Oh, and by the way, not only does it help to regenerate hair growth, and it's so cool because where I have the natural yarmulke, you can see like the little baby hairs coming out. And but not only that, the lights get also into your scalp, and it also helps with blood flow. So it also helps with, thinking, memory, and all that kind of stuff. So it's actually really, really helpful for you. Red light therapy is actually something very popular now that is used. And so that's why this is something that, it's helpful for shoulder pain, neck pain, back pain, a knee pain, all they've got wraps for all of those. And it's all it is 15 minutes. We got one for Sean. Sean, have you started using it yet? Oh, you got it on now? I got him one for the
Starting
knee.
it today.
You're starting it today? Okay, there you go. I got him one for the knee, so he can alleviate that pain. Because Sean used to jump out of planes a lot, so that does a number on your knees there when you're in the military jumping out of planes. Ira asked Pat and Eric the questions about Kyle's conditioning as you promised he would. Yes, he did. He came through, but he didn't ask Kyle. Kyle was not available because Kyle knew that those questions were coming. And by the way, did you listen to Anthony Chang yesterday? Anthony Chang told us yesterday that he reached out to somebody in Kyle's camp, agent probably, and they had no problem with what Riley said. And why would they? Why would anybody have a problem with what Riley said? Riley only spoke the truth. You know what I mean? And he has to look at himself in the mirror and say, I can't look like Orlando Alzagari and play the game of point guard in the NBA. There's no way you look like Orlando Alzagari and play in the NBA. Just doesn't make any sense. You got to look like Alarmo. That's what Pat Riley wants. Pat Riley wants 5 Alarmos. I want 5 Alarmos to protect Tua. Pat Riley needs Kyle Lowry to look more like Alarmo. 1-800-ALARM-ME, by the way, if you want to get a free doorbell camera. Tell them that Big O sent you. 14 different states there. Slowman's. And Sloman says, yes, great for circulation. Yes, it is. It's actually good for circulation. See? The lights. I'm living under the lights right now. See how easy it is? You could be walking around your house wearing the hat. You could even go to the drive-through or whatever. Nobody's going to be able to tell, whatever. They're going to look at the little thing. They're not even going to know. And then you disconnect this. You disconnect this thing, and it's a USB, and you just charge it. That's it. Super simple. Red Recover makes it nice and easy and portable. That way, I'm taking the hat with me to Daytona so I can wear it every day in the hotel when I'm relaxing. So, yeah. I wanted to show you guys because it's ridiculous how easy it is to use and how you can use it within your entire day. Omar Kelly is coming on to say Tua can't throw 15 yards, and if Watson came to Miami, Ross would have bought his freedom, and we will be the best team in the NFL. Watson needs red light therapy. No, Watson needs something else. That's what he needs. What else do we have that I wanted to talk to all of you about here on Le Programme? Oh, by the way, We do something every single day. Well, tonight is the NBA Finals, Game 3, Warriors and Celtics, 9 o'clock on ABC. We want to give you our selection. So why don't we do our liquor split matchup of the night?
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
Yeah, baby, Miami's own liquor store. All you got to do is download the app, iOS or Android, liquor split, and order your favorite liquor. I don't want you driving and, drinking and driving. So you already started drinking at home. Don't get in the car now. Okay? No. You pick up the app. You order that rum, that vodka, maybe a little Edge energy drink, anything you want, some snacks, right to your door, $2.99 flat fee, no hidden fees. $1 of that goes to helping homelessness in Miami. All right, our liquor split matchup of the night. Well, it's Game 3 in the NBA Finals. Celtics are favored by 3.5 at home. Warriors and Celtics over and unders 212.5. Warriors are plus 130 on the money line, and the Celtics are minus 155 on the money line. Remember, the Warriors got a wake-up call in Game 1. They responded in Game 2, but they also know that they must split in Boston. How do you do that best? By winning tonight. And the Warriors know that tonight's the night to get them. After you spanked them the other night, you need to come after them and put all the pressure of the world on them. Because if you win tonight, you now go up 2-1, you take back home court advantage, and you put the Celtics in a must-win situation in Game 4. Warriors are a seasoned veteran team. I expect Klay Thompson to start playing a little better. I know Klay is not himself yet. From all those injuries the last couple of years, you can tell that he's still not himself. But I think he will be due for a couple of decent games. I think one of them is tonight. I think Klay Thompson comes up with a decent game tonight, along with Steph. Poole's got to be a little bit more consistent. Okay? I'm going to take the Warriors here. Why? It's 3.5 points. I think the Warriors win this game, actually. I think they win it because I think they want to split. And I think they want to play that psychological game with the Celtics and put all the pressure of them on them in Game 4. I'm going Warriors plus 3.5 tonight in our liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download then tap that app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
All right. Yes. Appreciate all of you out there as always. Big O, this could have literally been the Dolphins' problems, and you can believe fans actually wanted this guy, and BS Gate would have been so Dolphins. Yes. I would have been disgusted with the Dolphins, and this is not you. As anybody that watches this show daily, I never wanted to trade for Watson ever. I've been a Tua guy. I am loyal to Tua. I believe in Tua. I just believe you have to fix the offensive line in the running game and get him coaching. And I think they may have that. And if they do, I think Tua will be fine. I wasn't ever worried about about the quarterback. I'm worried about the issues around the quarterback now. And hopefully we've resolved those and we can watch them go forward. But I just don't think that trading for Watson is the plus. You were going to give up everything for a guy that has all these problems. I just have a problem with that, man. I do. I have a problem. I would have been disgusted with the move. I got to be honest. I've told you from the get-go. I don't need the New York Times story, which Jenny Ventris is awesome, by the way. But I've told you for a year now, practically, this man has personal issues. For over a year now. It's actually been over a year. He has personal problems. And the NFL, this is a terrible look on their part for allowing all of this to happen, for even allowing him to be traded or anything like that. And the fact that the Browns did it, I would have been, the complaints would have been a lot bigger for the Dolphins, because I don't care about the Browns. They're not my favorite team. I got nothing against them, but the Dolphins are my passion. I would have been disgusted. I really would have been disgusted. So I am really happy about that. Big O, Celtics play better at on the road than at home. I'm with you. Warriors plus the points. I like the Warriors tonight. I really do. All right. My let me see. Are my 15? Let me see. Oh, almost. My 15 minutes are almost done. It's going to end any second now. But since we're going to go to Omar Kelly, let's do it right now with our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins and NFL report. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
Alrighty, there you go. See, look, I told you my 15 minutes are up. I'm doing it too, Omar. See, that's my red light therapy. That's what I'm doing to regrow my hair.
Yeah, I'm about to do it right when we finish here, because this is the only break that I've got.
Yeah, I gave Omar yesterday. I went to camp and I brought him because actually Ed, the owner of redrecover.com, he listens to the show religiously. He's been listening to the show for many years now. And he heard Omar had a neck and shoulder issue.
Yep.
He said, hey, ask Omar if he wants a little red recovery therapy so he can try it. And I asked Omar. And so I went and retrieved it for Omar.
I'm going to put it on.
I gave you personal service.
I know, concierge service too. Brought it right to Dolphins camp. I'm going to put it on right when we finish here, because I got a good 15 minutes and I'm in pain, bro. I got a massage early this week. I feel like it made the problem worse. Like, you know, I didn't go to my usual girl though. So I did it to Deshaun Watson and tried another masseuse because she was booked all day. And I was just like, I got to get in. I got to do it before I got to pick up my daughter. I cheated on my masseuse. There was a big old exchange in the Chinese spot. People were speaking Chinese. It got real loud. Then she was waiting for me at the door. And she was like, oh, long time no see. And I had to.
Did she say after that, me love you long time also?
No, long time no see. Long time no see.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm just saying, no, because according to Rusty Harden, happy endings happen in these massages.
Hey, not for me. I don't like nobody tugging on it but me. Like,
no, but see, that's the funny part about that statement by Rusty. No massage ends in a happy ending if it isn't a happy ending type massage. Because normally a massage, they're working on something that's painful, dude. You're not going to get excited by that. You're like, that's not, there's nothing sexual about that, bro. So tell Rusty Harden that normal people that are getting their knees that are bad massage, they're not getting sexually aroused.
Hey, man.
Their backs are all screwed up. They're not getting sexually aroused, dude.
I listen, according to a certain owner of an NFL team, sometimes that stuff happens. So
yeah, when you're going for that.
I mean, listen, You can get both. Now,
yeah, but it has to be a sensual massage, dude, in order to get
sensual. I never knew that there was a place called a sensual massage.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That's the kind of massage that ends up with a happy ending. It's sensual. It's not actual work. It's not actual like digging a knot out of your thing. It's not that you have your vertebrae is kind of you got a bunch of
lumbar discs.
Yeah, and they're trying to work all that. There's no sexual arousement in that, bro. Those men and women are screaming during those sessions.
Listen, I love when I get my back walked on. Like that to me. That's it for me right there.
Right, exactly. But that's pain that you're kind of feeling. It's not really.
Some of us like that pain that brings pleasure. Some of us like that pain that brings pleasure. So,
well, now we're getting into sadomasochism and stuff like that.
Who knows what Deshaun Watson was into? Because God knows.
Who knows what kind of dungeon you have in your house too? I have no idea. By the way, I know you were one of the crazy nutbags that wanted to trade for Watson. Can you imagine if they would have made this move and now you had to cover this?
There's nothing new coming out that we didn't already know. We know.
The 24th one they didn't even know. They didn't even know about the 24th one. They had no idea. Bro, it got harder than them.
His agent is. I mean, that lawyer is lying. By the time they open up camp, there will be 28 to 30 women coming forward. Oh, what a surprise! He did more because they're trying to force a settlement before the regular season begins. Because literally, if the regular season begins and he starts playing, nobody's gonna care what happens. They're trying to force his hand. And honestly, if I'm one, Deshaun Watson is guilty as hell in the court of public opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's obviously the dude has problems.
Yes,
I mean,
there's nothing.
You're not hiring. There has nothing to do with massages already. When you're hiring that many women, bro, we know what you got problems.
I felt guilty going to another massage person, much less another massage place.
Omar, that's normal, dude. Your massage is like your doctor, like your barber.
Yeah.
It's normally you go to the same person all the time because they get to know your body. They know exactly what's wrong with you because they already know about your thigh or your back or your neck or whatever, and they know how to work it already. And because you found the person that knows how to work it, that's
exactly.
why you go.
And I have regrets of cheating on my girl Tina. I shouldn't have done it because the massage I got was not what she gives me. So I'm not ever going back to Maria. I'm sticking with Tina. Now,
you're normal. Tina got a big old butt, so I'm leaving you.
So why would I need 66 masseuse? Like clearly. So okay, he's guilty in the court of public opinion. He's not going to do any jail time. It's a civil suit. You're already guilty as hell. Why settle?
Well, although Omar, we don't know if there is some video, if there is some audio from another woman that has not come forward. Like, we don't know. Like you just said now, they're 28, 30. We don't know what's around the corner. That's why when I laugh, the funniest thing is NFL teams telling you, we've investigated. We know exactly. Get the hell out of here, dude.
They don't care.
Power. Yeah. They don't have power. They don't have power. They
gave him a fully guaranteed contract where the bulk of the money was paid for this year, whether he's suspended or not. They don't care. That's the reality of it. They don't care. He's going to serve his 8 to 10 to 12 game suspension, and then he's going to be the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. His image will be reclaimed. He'll win games, and they'll move on. But my argument is he shouldn't settle because the damage is already done. You're already guilty. Like, fight it now. At least if you fight it, maybe, like, what worse can happen to him if they don't have video?
Unless, that's the only thing, Omar. Unless somebody has something that they've been waiting to whatever, or they don't want to put it out because they're embarrassed that they were part of it or something. But if you fight it and you keep kind of like some of these women talked about how it was a slap to their face that the NFL turned around and gave them gave him $200 and some million guaranteed, but it's what you said. They don't really care.
They don't care.
But if you keep doing it, will you instigate finally that person that's been
history has shown, history of the NFL, history has shown you can literally do anything, including kill a man.
Yes.
And play in the NFL, except for be caught on video hitting a woman.
Right. As long once there's video, then they have no choice.
Yeah. If there is video of you striking a woman or sexually assaulting a woman, then the NFL's like, oh, buddy, we can't touch you.
Right.
But you can do anything except for strike a woman on video and protest against America for whatever reason.
Right. Yeah.
Well, actually, some people played protesting against America, but you just can't be the face of it.
Right. No, I get you. There's no doubt. It's the weirdest thing how there are certain violations, like people have paid a much more serious price for smoking weed and losing out on their career over all the other things that they do. I mean, Daniel Snyder does worse things the second he gets up out of bed.
Stop that.
Oh, come on.
Listen,
Daniel Snyder is just...
They're all listen. These owners are all humans, and they don't walk the purest of line in business or in their life. So just look at the Patriots owner.
Most of them, yes, most of them. I'm not going to say all of them.
Most of them.
I'm sure there's a lot of them that are decent human beings too. That they actually are good business people and good human beings. You know what I mean? So I'm sure there's plenty of. Listen, you don't become a billionaire without having some ruthlessness in you. I mean, it's
absolutely. Steve Ross has pledged to give away half of his career. I mean, half of his net worth.
Wealth. Yeah.
That props to him if he's giving it away to charity. So it is what it is.
I'm with you there. All right. This week, obviously, you've been stirring it up with the Dolphin fans, and
I'm not stirring up nothing. I'm telling you what I know and what I think and what I see.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. By the way, I got to give my guy Cigar Social Club a little love here because he did bring this up, and he's right. I got to give him right because you were saying, well, the offense is not looking good. I know what I'm seeing, right? But last year, you were all gushing over Albert Wilson in shorts, and it did not translate to pads. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, if Tua was making those throws that he made to Albert Wilson right now, I tell you, this is the best offense I've ever seen. So,
but you can't judge anything now.
Yeah, you
Why
can.
do you judge anything now?
You can. You actually can. It's the same thing that I'm watching during training camp. Same thing I'm watching. Everything but games. They don't practice with contact. Like there's one period when they put on pads.
That's why you really don't know what they are until there is contact.
When they put on pads, there's one period a day that they might have contact per week. 1 week, 1 day, 1 period, 10 minutes where they might actually hit each other. And then in training camp, there's going to be 2 scrimmages. Now that they're joint practice, it's a little bit more complicated.
Right, yeah, that'll be better.
But I'm sorry, throwing and catching doesn't require tackling. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you don't throw. It's not as clean.
Let me detail what I had an issue with. Let me detail what I've had an issue with in what I've seen in the last 5 practices that I've attended.
Okay.
The practice primarily that I wrote the column saying this is not okay. There were at least 6 to 10 batted down balls at the line of scrimmage.
Okay.
No excuse for these quarterbacks. Find your passing lane.
Or linemen. Depends. Were they all on the quarterback or were some of them on the linemen?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Technique does matter.
To me, it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter. The batted down balls goes down to the quarterback. That's on him, even though it's a line issue, but they're not cut blocking now. So they're not cutting any guy. So it is what it is, but you find the passing lanes. This is a play action offense.
Without contact, those kind of things are easier to happen. You know what I mean? With contact, you'll be able to cut down on that kind of stuff too.
Excuses.
It's hard to raise your hands when they're punching you right in the gut. You know what I'm saying? So there's a technique to it, you know?
Listen.
So that when these guys see and they're like, bam, right in your chest, that's when you bring your arms back up.
I am comparing apples to
apples.
in a minicamp. I'm comparing apples to apples. Like yesterday, for instance. I'll give you a perfect example. Yesterday's practice looked like the defense said, all right, guys, we went rough on them yesterday. We're only going to play at 70% today. Like, literally, the defense was going in slow motion. It was like a walkthrough. And while the defense is going 3/4 speed, offense still ain't getting it. Offense still not executing at a high level. Tua throws a pick six, which is, hey, great play for Duke Riley. The 2 deep passes would not have been completed because they would have been sacks, going 3/4 speed. So, if you're going to be out there, and that's one thing I found very odd that Emmanuel Ogbah, who wasn't out there, said, if we're out there, we're going, we're giving it, we're going. Robert Hunt said, yeah, we're hitting in the trenches, even without pads, and they are physical. They get some runs. People end up, even though it's not legal, people are ending up on the floor in practice, even though you're not allowed to do that during OTAs. So it is a physical practice. But and you have to, I noticed that the first thing I noticed watching Mike McDaniel's practice is a lot more physical than I'm used to. So all these excuses, which are exactly what they are about why they're not where they are, and Mike McDaniel addressed it. Yes, they're going against a really good defense. And he said they're doing calculus. We're learning algebra. So I get that. Now, the problem is, the problem is you don't have your 4 top defensive players on the field. So what's your excuse now? You literally you don't have Teron. The offense doesn't have Teron Armstead. Yesterday they didn't have Tyreek Hill, but the top 4 defensive players aren't playing. Jerome Baker isn't playing. Emmanuel Ogbah isn't playing. Byron Jones isn't playing. Xavier Howard isn't playing. I'm sorry, but any defense that the Dolphins walk out there without Xavier Howard, Byron Jones, Jerome Baker, and Emmanuel Ogbah, they're toast. So you're telling me they're doing calculus and they're dominating us, and they don't have their 4 best players, and you want to use that as an excuse for why you look like you're doing algebra? Don't fly with me.
It's hard for me to, I'm going to be able to go to training camp this year, so we look forward to being out there now.
And things will change when they are a run team. They are going to be a run-heavy team. They're running now, and they're running pretty successfully. I have no arguments about the run game.
They're not, but I don't know if they're going to run successfully because they're not hitting, Omar. You can see positive or negative. I can't.
No, you can see clear. Absolute clear run lanes and guys cut back and taking a back door, with vision and lamps, guys taking a cutback lane, and nobody's touching him for 20 yards. You can see that. That's clear as day, with pads, without pads. There's nobody who was it yesterday? The little rookie.
Davian, whatever. I was going to ask about him.
Mike McDaniel called him Dr. White.
Zaquandre White.
He's pretty
I
good.
was going to ask you. I have him in my notes, and I was going to ask you about that. You liked him. That you've liked him.
He's pretty good. Every day we get a good 20-yard run from him, and it's not like contact was there, people arm tackling him, or defense would have stopped him. Like, no, this is 20 yards. Nobody's even close to him. So that's the props and credit to the line and to the running backs. My issue is more with the passing game. And I'm sorry, but it's Noah Igbinoghene. Like, it's Noah Igbinoghene. Like,
right.
It's no egg monogamy. Like,
well, he hasn't improved at all.
No.
Okay. All right.
So he's at this point.
So he continues to make mistakes, is what you're saying?
No, he just gets beat.
Okay.
Just gets beat. Like,
okay.
I thought he'd be good. He was on my man crush list. I'm sorry, but they might as well, nickname him Toast.
Why? He's just not reading anything right. What is it?
He's there. He's in position.
So no ball skills is what you're saying?
No,
Paul Langford.
No, just getting beat. Just getting beat.
Because we had a cornerback here named Paul Langford who could run with everybody, but never found the ball. And it was seriously, like, he was talented. Like, you could tell that he had the skill set to play the position, but he had no ball skills. And I remember one day he had a batted pass in the end zone against Kansas City and DeBerg, which was the greatest play he had ever made in his entire career, and probably the only play he ever made in a Dolphin career. But Paul Langford was a guy that had some talent and just could not find the ball, bro. Had no ball skills whatsoever. And so you're kind of describing Noah, that you say he's there, but he's not making any plays.
Yeah,
so
Tua and Bridgewater, they just pick on him, which I would do it too. If I want a good practice, I got to pick on Noah. It's just
a shame.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Because the corner wide receiver thing in that setting, that's one of the things that's actually, you can read a little bit of that, because that's coverage, bro. That's coverage. That doesn't make a difference. You know what I mean? Now the receiver does have an advantage, but still, the DB's got to make some plays. And if Noah's not making any plays, that part I would tell you, I'm not so much on the running positive or some other stuff, like a rushing and all that kind. To me, until there's hitting involved, that's when I can actually measure those guys.
Bro, we don't see hitting. Like, you might see hitting in joint practices, a scrimmage, and an exhibition season, an exhibition game. There are no.
Those are the moments that I'll be able to measure it then, because I mean, outside, if you're not hitting, dude, I just don't see it as football. It's hard for me to really see how it will translate, because getting punched in the mouth while doing your job is a lot harder, bro. So that's why you got to be impressed with those guys that can do it. When the Albert Wilson thing, he was great in shorts, and then after he started running routes backwards.
No, he suffered a hamstring injury. What happened was he suffered a hamstring injury, got shut down for like 3 weeks, and then never really got started. Fell into Brian Flores' doghouse.
Everyone get the violins out for Omar.
No, I'm just telling you what happened. I don't care. I really don't care. Fell into Brian Flores' doghouse for whatever reason, and never really got out. When he got out,
Flores had a doghouse. Really?
Listen, it's it is what it is, man. Listen, I don't want to make excuses for anybody, because it is what it is. You paid a lot of money to perform. They didn't perform. He didn't perform. So it is what it is.
All right. Anything else that you that has stood out or you disliked so far?
Let's start with what stood out, because I'm gonna do my superlatives for the offseason program. Most improved player is Jalen Phillips. Getting better against the run, consistently rushing. I still like him as only going forward player, but Dolphins still want to do him going backwards too. We'll see how that works out. Player that clearly is not making any progress is Noah Igbinoghene. It's not there. I'm sorry, and I hope that Sam Madison can continue to reclaim his career and get him going. But it wouldn't surprise me if Trill Williams is playing ahead of him next year. A young rookie, the Zaquandre White and Skylar Thompson, they're some of the better rookies. The Channing Tindall, first time he made a play that I noticed was yesterday. He knocked down a pass to Ethan Carter.
That's actually really good for him because that's kind of what he has to work on more than anything else. They're not worried so much against the run and running sideline to sideline. It's more about him dropping back in coverage and reading and reacting.
Yeah.
That's actually a real positive for Tillman, actually.
Because Jerome Baker's sideline, and you know who Landon Roberts is as a player, which means he's not that great from far as coverage standpoint. Duke Riley's really thrived.
I like him, man. I like him.
I do too. I like him.
He's growing, man, as a player.
I like him. You know, if I had to say the one unit that I still feel like there are issues that should be addressed, somebody should be added, it would be linebacker, primarily the inside guy. But I like Duke. I really like Duke. I think
they got their speed guy this year. I think they'll go out and get that thumper next year in the draft. I think that's what they'll do. It's just you can't fill every need every year. But I would not be surprised if that big middle thumping linebacker that you want, the younger Landon Roberts, comes in next year. I think that will be one of their targets.
The guy, Mike Gesicki, has made tremendous improvement. Tyreek Hill's fast as hell. No need for a race. Not a debate to me. I've never seen anybody move that fast in my life.
Yeah, everybody says the same thing.
Yeah, like never seen, like from start to stop, like quick. Except I always put this when I covered the Hurricanes. You know, they had a track team. They had a Big East championship track team with football players.
You're talking with Andre and Santana and those kind of guys?
Santana, Sonoris, Roscoe Parrish. There was a Walden, something Walden.
The linebacker? He was that fast?
No. There was a wide receiver, cornerback Walden. He was fast as hell too.
Oh, okay.
They had a track team, and Devin Hester, and
he was kind of fast.
There's a different,
He was kind of fast.
Yeah, there's a difference between speed. People don't realize Devin Hester was like the third fastest player on that Hurricanes team. Walden was faster than him, and then there was a receiver that was also faster.
How about Moss? Wasn't he faster? Wasn't Moss?
They didn't overlap. Santana, Sonoris overlapped, but Sonoris wasn't that fast.
No, but I know Santana was.
Santana was fast, yes, but they didn't overlap. But what made Devin Hester special was that he had quickness and speed. There's a difference. Roscoe had speed, not quickness. Hester had quickness and a little speed. Tyreek Hill got unbelievable quickness and unbelievable speed.
Right.
I've never seen anybody move faster than that.
And change of direction. That's the other thing he does.
Yeah,
he can change directions with a quickness, which is
it's crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like, people thought Jakeem Grant was fast. Please.
Well, but this is another level player, bro. It's just
this. I've never seen anything like that.
It's an elite player, man. There's not a lot of elite players.
Best unit on the team, by hands down, should be the running backs. Not even
really.
Second. Yeah,
wow.
Hands down. They got 4 starters over there.
Wow. And Mostert's not playing yet.
Yeah, they got 4 starters. Then this Zaquandre White, he might be the best one. I'm not like saying that to like, if you on the 3rd team give me a big run a day, that's how Myles Gaskin got the job. Like, seriously, like that's how Myles Gaskin stole the job from Matt Breida and Jordan Howard. Like, he delivered a big run a day. Like, when you do that, people take notice. So you got Edmonds, you got Mostert, who isn't practicing. You got Sony Michel, you got Gaskins, then Ahmed, who always does well when there are no pads.
Yes.
So and then you got the white kid, deep unit, very deep unit.
D-line. Back to the Gesicki thing. your improvements you're watching, what is it on the route running? Is it
quickness?
It's not, I don't know. It can't be blocking because they're not really blocking right now.
No.
So they're not really.
They're not even asking you to block. Smart move.
Right, exactly.
He's getting it to the top of his route. Somebody technical will have to explain it to you. I know what I'm seeing. I just don't necessarily know how to properly explain it to you. Mike Gesicki is a guy who's always had to build up to his speed. So it's plod, speed, get to the top end.
Okay.
He's getting to his top end earlier, which allows him to get open quicker.
Okay.
I don't know what he's done. I'd love to ask him, but he didn't show up yesterday. Skipped it. I don't have a problem with that. So,
right.
But when you get to your top of your route quicker, you're open quicker. Okay. So he has these potential, like he looks like he's gotten better. And trust me, I own my space as a critic of Mike Gesicki. I see him as a slot receiver. He's a glorified slot receiver. But bro, he's getting open a lot better, and he's moving a lot faster.
Okay. He's young, bro. He can still improve. And when you get better coaching, Omar.
No, we're not gonna put some disrespect. His position coach was a very good position coach. Was he a good offensive coordinator? No.
How about the guy now? Isn't he better? The position coach he has now?
I'm a quote Don Solinger.
I'm just saying that the guy he has now was coaching.
I'm from the show me state.
I'm just saying when you got better coaching.
I don't give nobody props or benefit of doubt until you show me. Show me you can make these. Show me he's so good. Make Hunter Long good. Right now he's not.
Oh, he just got Hunter Long's a baby. He's going into his second year, and really his first year was a waste because it was under Brian Flores. So really, it's like a new year for him. And Gesicki, he's showing you a little more. Why? Because he's got better coaching. You're watching
if I gotta wait 4 years, so you tell me I gotta wait 4 years for Hunter Long to actually run better routes?
No. Now you have real coaching. Now they'll work on Hunter Long. Now you'll see some stuff develop from him. But you got to give the coaching staff a little time. They got to work with the starter first. You know what I'm saying? They got to get the starter up to snuff there.
Yeah.
So,
there's room for a blocking tight end who could actually run routes. That's all I'm saying. Hunter Long, answer the call.
Patience. It will happen, Omar.
Okay.
People will develop, and you got to give them some time to grow.
So you also said Noah would have developed. It ain't happening.
You weren't the same sports writer the first year to the 5th year, the 10th year.
Touche.
You grow. So got to have some patience. What are you working on the Sun Sentinel so folks can check you out, my friend?
My off-season superlatives, just what I told you, guys. That the deepest unit, most troublesome unit, most development, guys who still need work. So you got the cliff notes already.
All right. So what you did was you copied over the offensive line story from last year and just reprinted it.
Nah, I don't have anything negative to say about the O-line.
Okay.
I really no.
Hey, by the way, how has Connor Williams snapping been more consistent than it was earlier? Okay.
I don't have a worry about that anymore, to be honest with you.
Why? Because they have coaching?
No, they just convinced somebody that, hey, you're already getting your money. How about you go be a center? And we'll pay you well for a center. And he was like, all right. And I like Liam where he is. My biggest mystery on that line is Jackson, Austin Jackson.
All right tackle. Okay.
I didn't say that.
I said it.
I didn't.
You don't have to. I said it. You don't have to say that.
I didn't tell you where he was playing.
I didn't say anything either. Nothing at all. Follow him at the Sun Sentinel. Make sure you subscribe and follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. And catch him twice a week here doing his thing at the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. Thank you, my brother. We will catch up later in the week.
See you.
You got it. There you go. Omar Kelly.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
Custom home construction. You need some second floor for your house. You need an extra room. You want to build a wall all around your home. Whatever it is, that's a big project. You call the great people at EJD Construction. 305-433-4843 and tell them that Big O sent you. They will definitely take care of you, man. Eric is great people there at EJD Construction. All right. Mike chooses not to block. In a podcast a couple of weeks ago, he stated clearly that he doesn't intend to block. Yeah, I doubt he said exactly like that he doesn't intend to block, but whatever. Can this version of Gesicki block, though? Well, we'll find out. I think he'll have to do some kind of blocking, but, I don't think they're ever going to require him to be, an extra tackle or anything like that. Eric doesn't think that Gesicki will be on this team next year. Can't afford him. No, they can afford him. I think, Eric, we just got to find out if he fits. That's really what it's all about. And then as the season goes on, if Hunter gets better and he's a blocker, they will also try him too because he could be naturally a two-way player. So that will be something. And if you watch that experiment grow as the season goes on, that they're using more of Hunter, then that will tell you what direction they're going to go in down the line. But really, I don't think any of us really know whether Gesicki will be here or not. The safe gamble is what Eric said, because he's not naturally a blocker. So you would figure that maybe he'll have trouble assimilating and playing the way they need him to play here. Now, McDaniel has talked about how he will also scheme for a player depending on their talent, right? And I get that. But maybe as the year goes on, he feels it becomes harder for him to scheme for Gesicki because Gesicki only does one thing where he excels is on offense and not necessarily in blocking. So there's a lot of angles to all of this. The safe bet is saying he probably won't be on the team next year. New offense, scheme doesn't fit him, all that kind of stuff. But we don't really know because he might have a little bit of blocker in him that we don't see, right? And again, I've said this before. I don't think they're going to ask him to be an inline blocker, but off the line, if you do have to pick up safeties and corners in the second level to help the running game, you're going to have to do that. And I think he's going to have to do that on a consistent basis. If he doesn't do that on a consistent basis, then that will be a problem. Yeah, that will be a problem. So really, we will find out if he fits or not in this system. Let's see. Eichenberg, left guard. Hunt, right guard. Jackson, right tackle. Williams, center. Armstead, left tackle. I don't know. You could be right. I'm not sure. Don't know. I have no idea. I'm not in camp, so. Let's see. So Noah is toast. Chris, relax on the Noah thing. I'm going to wait till they put on pads, and then I'm going to give him, I love Omar to death. Okay. He's a friend of mine, but I know Omar also doesn't have patience. And, he didn't have patience for Jay Ajayi and gave up on Jay Ajayi quickly and gave up on Jakeem Grant too right away. And he has a tendency of doing those kind of things and giving up on Gesicki. And now he finds himself going, wow, Gesicki looks like he's running better routes. And you never know. Gesicki might surprise us and start blocking a little better. You just never know. But what I know it's a tendency of his is that he doesn't give players at times enough space to grow. And I'm not telling you that you need to give the quarterback 7 years like they did with Ryan Tannehill. It's not what I'm talking about. But you do have to be fair, like in the Ajayi situation, okay? So Ajayi had the rib injury his rookie year, but he ends the year in the last couple of games with a couple of decent games and showed something. And at the end of the in the offseason, Omar and I are talking about, he's like, oh, he's not a number one. He can't be a bell cow. He can't be the guy. He's not the guy. I'm like, Omar, dude, he just came off a rookie year where he had an injury. And in the last month, he actually played well. He actually showed something. He does have talent. Let's give him a chance. And he kind of gave up on him in the following year. He goes off for 1,100 yards. That Ajayi did have talent. Now, the one thing I told everybody about Ajayi from the second he got drafted was he's not a long-term player because one of the knees has got a chronic issue. And sure enough, he wasn't that guy. He had his moments, but nobody was going to give him a long-term contract because they knew how bad that knee was. So it was only a matter of time. He was surviving on pure balls. And when that thing is bone on bone and you're still doing it, it's because you're young. Once you get older, forget about it. The pain is way too much, dude. So we have to have some patience. And at times, my man Omar has no patience for players. And he has a tendency of giving up on players that are young a little too early. That's not who I am. Unless I don't think you can play at all. Like, if I don't think you're a passer, like, let's say Lamar Jackson, yeah, no. Where I disagreed with Bill Polian that he called him a wide receiver, he was wrong. He's more of a running back, not a wide receiver, playing quarterback. But yeah, guys like Ryan Tannehill, like, no, you don't take a project like that in the top 10 picks and number 8 overall. No, you take a guy like that in the second or third rounds so you can work through all his issues. Now, if I don't think you can play, then I'll say that right from the get-go. But in those are few cases. More often than not, I'm going to give the player some time to figure things out, And my man Omar doesn't do that at times. He just will. He will give up on people quickly, and I think it's too quickly sometimes when he gives up on people. And I think he's done that with Gesicki, who, by the way, to Gesicki's credit, he has improved himself every year. So now if you get a better coach and a better scheme, maybe Gesicki will also improve too as a player. John C., thank you for the love on the super chat, sir. It says, nice to hear Omar say that our O-line is blocking so well that the defensive line's only choice is to bat balls. Yes, again, they're not hitting. So I'm not going with O-line playing well or playing bad, and I'm not going with, the batted balls, and that's going to be a problem or something when that has not been has Tua had batted balls? Every quarterback has, but that's not a habitual problem for him at Alabama and in Miami. So I think he'll be fine in that area. I'm not worried about it. Just because in a couple practices or a couple batted balls, I don't know what the linemen are working on. But I certainly know they're probably not working on that part of the game because the physicality part is not there. Let's see. We've got Warriors and Celtics tonight. Lightning tie up their series against the Rangers 2-2. Marlins defeat the Nationals 12-2. God, I wish we could play the Nationals every day. Be so cool. Be absolutely amazing. What else do we have here? Also on the program. Oh, by the way, when sports and business collide, we like to do something called the KSDT Sports Business Report. Well, as you all know, the world nowadays, your entertainment is all on platforms. Traditional radio is dying. Traditional television is dying. You go to Hulu, you go to YouTube, you go to iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, for your audio, for your video. You go to different places. Well, Netflix is one of them also. And this is an interesting report. We have the F1 race here. Well, guess what? Formula One's U.S. broadcast partnership contract approaches its renewal date. Netflix is now among the 4 bidders seeking to secure the global motorsports TV rights, according to Business Insider. Disney-owned ESPN, which has broadcasted the series in the U.S. since 2018, has confirmed an interest in renewing the contract with Comcast-owned NBC. Amazon also reportedly in the talks with Formula One. Now, according to the report, ESPN's opening bid was in the region of $70 million, which is some way short of the $100 million that Formula One is apparently expecting. In 2017, ESPN agreed to pay only a nominal annual fee for the Formula One rights after extending its contract in 2019 for a reported $5 million a year fee. Has been significant growth in its broadcast audience. The significant increase comes down to how the figures have grown in the sport the last few years. Notably, the Miami Grand Prix on the 8th of May managed an average viewership of 2.6 million on Disney's owned ABC, the largest ever audience for a live Formula One broadcast on U.S. television. Netflix, which is behind Formula One's docuseries Drive to Survive, has never stepped into the arena of live sports, which makes the bidding process difficult due to its lack of in-house sports negotiators. However, since seeing subscriber numbers decline by 200,000 at the start of this year, wiping out $50 billion of its market value, the streaming giant has begun the process of building live programming capabilities. Compared to other U.S. major sports, Formula One would present a fairly cheap investment for the company and would most likely provide the foundation for the launch of Netflix advertising-supported subscription tier, currently expected to be unveiled at the end of this year. It's amazing how all of these things are all these platforms are going into live programming and creating live programming. I mean, think about what we do here. Habitually, you grew up, young people know, but older people, you grew up with your television and your radio being your main source. Now it's your phone, it's your smart car, it's your smart TV that you go to an app, and people are now listening to us on YouTube or if they have the YouTube, what is it, Prime or Plus or whatever extra, whatever it is, that they can actually just listen to the audio and they can shut down the video portion of it. It's just everything's different now. People are learning how to find the alternative programming instead of settling for the same lame-ass programming you would find on television or in radio. And now they're understanding on where to find their favorite podcasts, where to find their favorite live shows, whether it's on a .com, whether it's on an app, you name it. Like here. And I appreciate all of you for tuning in. Please smash the like button. Very, very important that you smash the like button while you're watching the show. But very cool to see. And again, Netflix has taken such a hit, and they have fallen behind to Amazon and Hulu and YouTube when it comes to live programming. They've kind of it's been kind of a late wake-up call for Netflix, but looks like they got the wake-up call. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. All right. We are awaiting Jordan Schultz right now. And hopefully we will get him now in just a second. And we will get in our redrecover.com Schultz report. We'll bounce around everywhere, NBA, NFL with Jordan, and it looks like he won't have to worry about the JC Treader stuff because it doesn't look like it's going to end up happening overall. Remember, you can reach out to us on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. That, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show. Don't forget to also please subscribe to our second YouTube page. It's called Big O Show Cuts. We will have all kinds of different rants and interviews and different things that you won't get on the original page. On this page, you'll get it on that one because we can't put all of them here. So we will put some of them over there. Plus, we're going to also do some live programming from there too. Okay. I laugh at Omar because he thinks he's going to get us Dolphin fans upset or worried about our team. Some of us know what these mini camps really are and what to expect from them. No FUD here. I like that. The no FUD here. That is very cool. Very cool. Big O question. You thinking about adding another dog? Was it easy to introduce the new dogs? Was there a little growing and snapping going on? A little growing, a little snapping going on. When I brought Bono in, yeah, because they're territorial, you know what I mean? But it wasn't bad. I think, look, man, if you're a dog lover, do you create a loving home for your dogs? If you do, everything works out. Because as we never brought all the dogs together at once. It was kind of you add one over the other, but you bring them in as puppies. That's also one of the keys, I think. You got to bring them in as puppies. If you bring them in as grown dogs to other grown dogs, that becomes a much tougher transition because they're all set in their ways. If you bring a puppy in, the rest of the dogs kind of know it's a puppy, and so they might be a little jealous, but then they adjust eventually, and then they embrace them, and that's how it is. You know, like the big dog, she embraced Bono right away, and they're inseparable now. But the little dogs, two of them were kind of jealous because they're kind of territorial, you know. But now they just all hang out. They lie on top of Bono and sleep on him, and you know, it's a beautiful thing. But it's a matter of creating the environment, man. If you have animals, create a loving environment for your animals, and you'll be fine. You'll get the same in return. All right, time for the Schultz Report, baby. Let's bounce around the NFL. The NBA with one of the best insiders out there, Jordan Schultz, and our redrecover.com Schultz Report.
RedRecover.com presents the Schultz Report with NFL and NBA insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors like yourself assist your body's own healing and recovery with red light therapy. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's insider Jordan Schultz.
And don't forget, when you go to redrecover.com, use our code Big O so you can get 10% off of your sales. So if you want to relieve some pain, or maybe you're looking to regrow your hair like I am, Red Recover can help you in many different ways. Redrecover.com, use our code Big O. Jordan, how you doing, my brother? How you feeling?
I'm doing great, and I'm just looking at my son who graduated from preschool today and is dressed up as a tiger with a tiger outfit and a tiger face paint. So I'm going to be back there in a little bit. Okay, go get some dessert.
All right, there you go. Nice.
Okay, we'll go. I gotta do some work.
Is he an LSU Tiger fan too?
No. He actually has a great little French outfit on with a blazer that my wife got him, but he got the face paint. So
okay,
he didn't not dressed up as a tiger. You can hear him now.
I can hear him in the background.
Yeah. Well, now it's June, so kids are getting out of school, and this is it was great. It was a good graduation. So what's up with you, my man?
Man, we're rocking and rolling. Obviously, we gave you some homework last week, But now that we found out that Connor Williams is manning the center spot, the big free agent pickup by the Dolphins, it's more and more people are thinking that the Treader thing has no legs.
Correct.
Here in Miami, at least.
That's
so
correct.
What have you been able to unearth out of that JC Treader stuff?
Yeah. So, I told you last week that he wasn't hell-bent necessarily on playing next season. At his age and the fact that he's the head of the PA and he's got a lot of responsibility. He's made a fair amount of money. I think if he had his druthers, JC would play, but he wants to play on a championship caliber team, a team that can contend. And Miami was never not in the question, but the Connor Williams thing, I think, solidifies him as not being a target of the Dolphins. I really don't see it.
Yeah, unless Connor starts to really struggle badly, and I think once the pads come on, maybe maybe that's what Treader's waiting for too. Maybe
well, he was also waiting, for camp. He didn't. A lot of these veterans too. There's not a lot of upside for them to be at OTAs or. At this point, it's not even middle of June. Guys who are in their 30s, they don't need it. So they'll wait. Jason Pierre-Paul is another one. He'll wait as we get closer to camp.
Yeah, Teron Armstead just watches. He doesn't even practice with the Dolphins. Why? Because
valuable investment.
Yeah, what the hell do you need Teron Armstead out there running around? He's going to know what he needs to do. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's one of those deals. All right. What's going to happen with the Deshaun Watson case now? Because this is one where it's a bad look for the league and for the Browns. It's a terrible look that they've moved forward with all of this, and now they're in a deeper mess now with all of this stuff. So what are you hearing? Is the NFL going to do anything right now while all these investigations are going on? And part two, I don't know if you know anything about this, but the 24th lawsuit, can she also now file for a criminal investigation and try to get a grand jury to see if they'll hear her trial? Because then that would be another freaking mess for the Browns and for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, so where I was just going to go, is that one of the problems that the NFL has faced with this is that in addition to their investigation, they also have to pave the way, or I guess I should say wait, for criminal investigation, federal investigation to be done. So it's very difficult for the league to step in and say, we're going to suspend him for 4 games or 8 games, or we've conducted our entire search and we're satisfied. Because every time there's a new complaint, the league has to wait to see, one, if there is a criminal complaint, if it is going to be criminally tried potentially. And also, then they have to wait because they can't interfere with a criminal investigation. So it's very difficult for the league. It's not a position that Roger Goodell wants to be in. From the Browns' perspective, their contingency plan is really one of 2 things. They went out and got Jacoby Brissett, who's a very capable backup and spot starter. And they still have this guy, Baker Mayfield. I don't know if you've heard of him. Number 1 pick, Heisman Trophy winner. I've asked around in the league about a potential Baker Mayfield trade, whether it's Carolina, Seattle, teams that still need a quarterback. The problem for the Browns is that as this thing has gone this far, there really is no leverage that Andrew Berry, the GM, has. He doesn't have any leverage, and teams know it. So if you're the Browns, you could say, well, we have Brissett, and we'll wait to see if Deshaun's suspended, but at least he can keep us in games. Or you could say, you know what, I said this yesterday, we're going to excuse Baker Mayfield from minicamp, which I think is official now, and we're going to try to potentially either trade him or maybe just keep him on the roster and have him play half the season or however many games Deshaun is suspended. But then you run the risk of a really unhealthy locker room. And that brings us full circle to Deshaun Watson, who's, at the epicenter of all of this. If I had to guess, I would say he will be suspended anywhere in that 4 to 8 range, maybe 6. But I don't think he'll get suspended for the season. And I do think that the league, if you ask Roger Goodell, honestly, he wants to get this done as soon as possible because, like you said, it's very difficult from a just face value standpoint for the league.
Yeah, no, I think he gets suspended for the rest of the year because this whole thing's now going to drag out. This new case, his defense team had no idea about this, and now you see Jenny Ventress's article from the New York Times.
A lot there. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like,
well, but
what's next?
Deshaun's camp will say that's a hit piece. It's very one-sided, and the Browns will probably lean that way, and then then you'll have everyone else around the league who would probably say, or a lot of the rest of the NFL would probably say, that's more in line with how we feel. Because I don't think the NFL, if I had to guess, like other teams, they don't want Deshaun Watson to be playing the whole season. So listen, Roger Goodell is in a really tough spot because you have guys like Calvin Ridley who gets suspended for an entire season for a few bets. What are you going to do with Deshaun Watson? I mean, it's kind of mixed signals here, so it's difficult.
I mean, people have lost their career for smoking weed, dude. That's like ridiculous. I mean, in hindsight, when we start looking at all the crap that's gone on in all kind of leagues, but like people are missing games and careers because of weed. Meanwhile, you're getting slaps on the hands for hitting women or doing other things, and you're getting away with it. It's just. It's just weird, man. The things that have gone on in this league, the priorities are all freaking screwed up.
And the video, anytime you have video, that substantiates a lot. So you mentioned guys whose careers have been ended. Ray Rice is, the poster child for not only being out of line on so many levels in a disgusting video, but that video of him with his girlfriend in the elevator dragging her, because you have that evidence, that video, you don't have a he said, she said. So, Kareem Hunt's another one, but there's no video. In Deshaun's case, there's 26 complaints now? Is that, what's the official number?
24 now.
24. So, 24. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Do we really know if there's a video or audio out there? And that's the part we don't really know. And that's where you can make whatever. The funniest thing is when NFL investigators or NFL tells us, no, we've investigated everything. Get the hell out of here, dude. You have no power. You can't really investigate everything. You really can't find out everything. That's why you people get fooled all the time, because you have no power of attorney. You have no power of law. It's really impossible to do your job in the NFL when you really don't have the ammunition you need in order to get all the information.
Yeah, and I wonder what would happen if, hypothetically, Deshaun Watson, you said you think he'll be suspended for the whole season.
I think at this point, especially with that new one now, and who knows if there's a criminal investigation that goes on with that one, I think they should have done what they're going to do now, what they should have done from the get-go. Everything's on ice. You're on the commissioner's list. Until you're cleared of everything, you cannot be traded from the Houston Texans. And then that way, when the Texans trade them, they're trading without any issues. They're all gone. And that was the problem. You traded them in the middle of still having issues, because here's the problem, Jordan. As a league, you have shown that you don't care about women. And that's exactly what you did here. Oh, freedom criminal. Oh, okay. No, that's it. It's only civil. Oh, okay. That's not a big deal to us, even though it might be true or not, or disgusting or vile or everything. We're going to move on. And the insensitivity of the way they've carried themselves for decades now, it just continues to roll.
Was it like this in the 80s and 90s too?
Yeah, it was worse. Because back then, nobody even found out about it. They just swept it under the rug. They did what Ohio State was trying to do to that poor girl, that they were trying to strong arm her to keep her, shut down and not talk about the abusive husband who was the assistant coach of Urban Meyer and all that stuff. That's probably what used to happen back in the day. But now you just can't get away with that. That's the thing. Where is the smoking gun? Is there a smoking gun? Because that's what you have to. This guy's not very smart. Clearly, he's not very smart, because you've left a long trail of a lot of victims. So,
don't you think that regardless of what happens from a criminal standpoint, that the NFL is just craving leadership? I just want to know, like, where's the leadership? Roger Goodell, I know he makes the owners.
Where's Ray Lewis? Where's Ray Lewis's white suit?
Right. Yeah, I just, as an NFL fan first, I just feel like they're completely devoid of leadership from Roger Goodell. I mean, it's just like he's so irrelevant and he's so singularly focused on making the owners money and having the NFL be the most profitable league.
Because all those old white dudes are the ones that really run the damn league. And in the end, Roger can't do anything. If he wants to keep his salary,
we'll see Daniel Snyder. We'll see what happens there.
Right. Well, but see, Daniel now screwed his partners by keeping money away from them. That's you can't cross that line. Sexual assault in your organization.
So much that
sweep that all under the rug. What, you took money from me? Oh, no. That's not going to be forgiven right there.
Yeah.
All right. So we let's switch sports. We heard from the Godfather yesterday.
Mr. Riley himself.
Yes, when Riley speaks, it's E.F. Hutton time.
Yes.
And obviously he will say things that most people will not say, and he is willing to say it, calling out Lowry and his out-of-shape self.
Not being the most fit.
Yes, definitely. I mean, listen, that's what this organization has been known for.
Yeah.
And really, he displayed everything against the organization. Not that he meant to do it or whatever, but it was not a good look for the organization when you demand that of everybody for over 25 years, and this one guy is not able to do it. That becomes a problem.
But it's not just one guy. It's one of your centerpieces. A borderline Hall of Famer, a championship player, and I know he's in his late 30s. But if you're going to come, if you come to Miami and you're the starting point guard, what kind of example are you setting for Bam and Tyler, Max, all your young guys? If you're not in great shape as the veteran, it's crazy. And he was unplayable in the playoffs. I mean,
I'll take it to another level. You're best friends with Butler. You're the godfather of his child. He pushed for you to come there. This is how you repay him.
There's not a guy in better shape than Jimmy.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you came to play with Jimmy. You know that he plays all out. You know that he is in great shape. And this is how you reward your friend? To me, that was the bigger slap in the face than Riley or anybody else or the Heat Nation or anything else. Lowry's slap in the face to Butler was the real, because that obviously Butler fought for him to come down. And this is, dude, you come down here and you just get fatter and fatter as the year goes on. It's like you can't look like me and play basketball in the NBA level. That's not acceptable, bro. I mean, you're Hot Plate Williams, you're Oliver Miller. I mean, get the hell out of here, bro. You can't do that.
I had a play. I can't say the name, but I just can't. But I had a player, relatively prominent. It wasn't CJ, okay? Because I know everybody's going to just say it's CJ. Relatively prominent player. Text me during the Boston series. Was it the Boston series? Yeah, Boston second round, or Eastern Conference Finals, and he just said a couple times the same thing. Like, I can't believe that it's gotten to this point with Kyle. He was never in the best shape, and he always had that big ass, and he was able to
baby fat. Yeah, he always had it.
But he was always able to use that to his advantage, despite being undersized. And it got me thinking of all the great players that have had success, sustained success into their 30s, which Kyle has in Toronto. I can't recall a single player, that went to an organization, a quality organization like the Heat that demands excellence, and let themselves go so far that they became, in essence, the laughingstock of the league. Every player has been talking about this Kyle Lowry thing. And then he has the goal to say, this was a waste of a season. It's a waste of a season in large part because you were in terrible shape.
That's right.
So I am like always, I try to side with the player and try to give the player the benefit of the doubt because I know how hard it is. But in Kyle's case, there's just no excuses for being 20 pounds overweight or whatever he was.
You can't. We have Ira Winderman on twice a week who does an excellent job of covering the Heat since day one. And I asked him a couple of days ago, and yesterday I think Riley answered it. I asked him, does Riley see what I see and what a lot of people see? There wasn't another guy next to Jimmy Butler. They need another guy, and I don't believe it's on this team. And even more important, when I look at Tyler and I look at Bam, and I look at the future of the Heat past Butler, I don't see a franchise player taking over for Butler out of these young guys right now. I like Tyler, but I like him as a six man. I don't look at him as a franchise player at this point. He hasn't earned that. I haven't seen it. Plus, he can't even play defense yet. He's gotten better this year. He did get better, but he's not there yet.
But why don't you think Bam can be that guy? He's 23.
Because he doesn't have the demeanor, bro.
You think his personality isn't that?
He doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. He's very passive.
He wants it. He's just he's a guy. He's very happy, like Chris was being complimentary.
You can't. But Chris led a Toronto team, so he showed you that he could be a number one and took him to the playoffs, and he could be the best player. He took a complimentary role here, because you can't have 3 number ones, and they figured that out after year 1. But Bam has the same problem. I don't know if you follow hockey, but Barkov and Huberdeau down here for the Panthers, I mean, they had amazing seasons. And Barkov is a top 15 player in the NHL, two-way player, but they're not wired like
Well,
Kucherov,
I'll tell you who is wired.
or Stanford. They're not wired like those guys. The kid from Pittsburgh, they're not wired like that. And Bam is not wired like Jimmy. He's just not.
So I asked, we talked last week about, I brought up De'Aaron Fox and Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
I asked around because I knew that you were going to ask me about the Heat. And
yes.
Who is the next guy? A name that came up a couple times was RJ Barrett. He is, I wouldn't say the Knicks want to trade him, but he can be had. He is not an untouchable piece. He's still on his rookie deal, 3 years in. Was obviously, I think he was number 2 pick or number 3 pick, was it? Very, very good player who quietly has gotten better every year. Now, I don't know if he's ever going to be a true number 1, but I think he can be a number 2. And his stats from an efficiency standpoint, finishing at the basket, playmaking, shooting, corner threes, all the things you want have gotten better every year. And defensively, he's gotten better. He's got great size at 6'7", left-handed. I think about what would the Heat want? They need another wing. They need another wing that can score and be a guy that can get you 20, not necessarily have to have the ball the whole game. That's RJ Barrett. And I know that he can be had. Again, I don't think they want to trade him, but they would. So that would be the one new name I would give to you.
Well, Mitchell, now the developments of
he's not happy, of course,
right, with the coach leaving.
Well, we knew Snyder was gone. That was a formality,
right? Okay, so Snyder's gone now, and they want to move Gobert supposedly. So if you're Mitchell, let's be honest, dude, you're not going to win there, bro. They don't bring free agents. Don't go to Utah.
Yeah.
If you don't draft or trade for the player, there's no way you're going to, be able to keep them. Just like Sacramento and just like Indiana and New Orleans and Orlando and Charlotte and Detroit Memphis. And all these other places that they're not destinations. That these kids don't want to go there when their contracts are up. If you're Utah, you've got to know that. So aren't you better off trying to get the best trade package for Mitchell that you can at this point? Or is it possible? Or are they dead set on keeping him?
Well, Danny Ainge is he's like the guy there. He's way too freaking competitive to say we're going to go in the tank and I'm going to trade Rudy and Donovan. Or maybe even just I would trade one of them. Because now you're hearing, he doesn't want to trade anybody. So he is a very competitive guy that believes that he can build a winner. If I had to guess, it's very early, but I think there's a pretty good chance one or both are gone. Donovan is much more valuable for a multitude of reasons, but I think Gobert is still a valuable piece. The problem is you're taking on that contract, which is in the mid-30s, basically the next several years. So significant albatross contract standpoint. So I would, to me, if I'm Utah, if I really believe that Donovan Mitchell is my future, fine, I can keep him. But I don't think that he wants to stay there long term. I don't think Utah believes that, and I don't think Utah has any concept of how to build a winner. Maybe Danny Ainge will prove us wrong because he did it in Boston, but that team is so flawed. And it's not exactly a destination head coaching spot either.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's just, dude, they've had Jerry Sloan there, and they just fired another guy in Quinn Snyder. Those are two.
Well, I think it's a top 5, top 10 coach.
Hell yeah, dude. Quinn Snyder's a hell of a coach. He did a great job over there. And I'm afraid that he got so burnt out from it that he might walk away from the damn NBA. I would like to see that guy with a really good franchise.
Seattle product like myself. He's actually Mercer Island's a little bit different, but yeah, Seattle, Duke. He's a Duke guy. I talked to someone close to Quinn. I don't think there's any question he wants to still coach, although I didn't ask NBA or college. So
he looks so burnt out right now.
Yeah, but he's always kind of had that red,
I know, but he doesn't look as fresh as he did when he first started. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And by the way, today's college basketball, there's no way he wants to go back to
No, that's fair. Juwan could have had the Lakers job. He wants to stay at Michigan. I don't blame him. If you're turning down the Lakers, who's going to say, I want to go coach the Jazz?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's just. And by the way, any shot that Wade becomes a double agent for us.
No, I don't see it. I always forget that.
By the way, Wade will have to leave that. By the way, Wade will have to sell his portion.
Sure.
If Mitchell goes to Miami, he will be nailed with that no matter what happens.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, okay, the Jazz fan's going to take it out on Wade. Oh no, he came here to turn. Now we've talked about it down here. Can you imagine Danny Ainge and Pat Riley talking deals? Those two hate each other. I mean,
but they're like the two godfathers of the league. How poetic would it be?
Yeah. Or does he give Mitchell to Boston like McHale gave Garnett to Boston?
Never.
I don't know, man. That's some crazy stuff. All right, what are you working on? So folks can check out the Schultz Report.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot of draft interviews with, I did a lot of NFL guys, so I'm going to have quite a few NBA guys on. Blake Wesley, Chet Holmgren, working on some fun stuff. I mean, this is a really good time because you got the finals. I don't know if you're a baseball guy, but
Yeah. In fact, you know who's following you right now is Craig Mish. Yeah, man. Marlins MLB Craig. Insider, one of the best insiders in baseball, bro. Yeah. So,
and then you got OTAs, which will wrap up here in a couple of weeks. So, I'd say a combination of NBA drafts, some NFL stuff. So, and then obviously the finals. I mean, this is a good time.
No doubt. Follow him on Twitter so you can get the insight, NBA and NFL at Schultz_report. And, of course, you can catch him right here with our redrecover.com Schultz Report every single week. Jordan, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up next week, my friend.
All love, Big O. Talk to you later.
You got it, baby. Be good. All right, another hour down. We start the next hour with the cleanup hitter. That is Craig Mish, baby. It is time to get into the batter's box, the Welt and Rheaume batter's box with Craig Mish. That is next.
This has been the Schultz Report with insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light. With videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welt and Rheaume is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welt and Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help. Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
Time to talk to one of the best in the business, and proud to call him a friend also. He is Craig Mish. He does an excellent job of covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins. Follow him on Twitter at Craig Mish. How you doing, my friend? You hanging in there?
I'm doing well, Orlando. Good to see you, man. What's going on?
Good to see you, my brother. Did the Mets walk under a ladder all of a sudden? Because you got Lindor getting his hand caught in the door. You got Scherzer getting bit by his dog, which, by the way, she was hurting, and he was trying to console her, and she kind of, if you've had dogs, you know. And so, but damn, dude, those are some funky stories coming out of the Mets.
Yeah, I think Starling Marte got hurt yesterday too. But look, this is nothing new for the Mets. They've had a lot of injuries through the years, and yeah, I mean, I guess the peculiar ones are piling up here a little bit. Remember a few years ago, Noah Syndergaard had the hand, foot, and mouth thing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they've had some strange injuries, to say the least, Big O. There's no doubt. But look, their record is great. They can afford some losses. Not that any team can afford them, but
no, but
they're I think, like, so far up in the division already that they can, sort of withstand this, I guess, for the time being.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. They're coasting in this division. And by the way, Steve Cohen, the owner, I love his line. Was it last week? Where he goes, well, maybe I'll go to 299. Maybe I'll go 300.1 or whatever, just for fun. This and that, because everybody's talking about, will he push the payroll to 300 million? That's when you know you have the right owner, and it's funny because that's kind of what we strive for in all of our sports. Down here in Miami, we're kind of lucky because Mickey will spend. Ross will spend. Viola and Sifu have really proven that they will spend whatever it takes. And once you get that owner that is using the team as a toy, and we're not talking Daniel Snyder fantasy football type toy that you literally are taking over the reins. No. I'm saying that it's a fun toy for them. That's when you know you've got the right owner, right? I mean, that's the one thing that the Mets fans have to feel like they've got an owner that's not going to sit back regretting and, kicking everybody sideways because he spent too much money here or there or complaining about money. Those are the guys you want, or those are the families, or those are the individuals you want owning your teams.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of remains to be seen. And I guess, look, you could look at it a lot of different ways. Like, everybody loves Mark Cuban. And he's brought a championship, of course, to Dallas. It's been a while since they've been relevant. That's the truth. Now, maybe with Luka and some other pieces, that he's going to go out of his way to get that done. I mean, you can't really be critical of the Phillies in terms of their spending, Orlando. I mean, they've gone out there and spent a ton of money and tried to win. The Angels are, maybe not doing it the right way, and they've lost 13 games in a row, and they fired their manager. But they continually every offseason are trying, and they're spending. So I think Cohen's getting a lot of good pub because the team is playing very well, and that's definitely part of it, but that's sort of playing the result. So, it remains to be seen. And look, by the way, Orlando, if the Mets make the playoffs and get swept in the first round, people are going to be mad at the Mets again, So let's just kind of see.
Well, they'll be mad at the Mets, but at least the owner is doing his part, is all I'm saying, is it's cool to have an owner like that is willing to go all out. So that's to me, that's cool. By the way, on the right. Okay. Because he doesn't have a long track record, so I get what you're saying. 4 years from now, right. 4 years from now, 5 years from now, he may be a different individual after. I got you. You might be right on that one. The firings this week, Girardi and Joe Madden. Did Joe Madden all of a sudden, I know it's a 12-game losing streak, but is he not the smartest guy anymore in the room? Talk to us about these firings.
Yeah, I mean, the Girardi one, I think, is just like making a change for the sake of change. Remember, Girardi was not hired by Dave Dombrowski. He was hired previously by Matt Klentak. And look, Girardi's been a proven winner wherever he's gone, but it just seems like the team construction going into the season wasn't the best. Also, in addition to that, look, I mean, Joe is a really good manager. And has a lot of demands. Like he had a lot of demands when he was with the Marlins, and he had a lot of demands when he was with the Yankees. And sometimes that doesn't always work. I don't know if things will get completely turned around, but the Phillies seem to be playing better, at least with this initial change, and they definitely have a lot of talent there too. So we will see. With the Angels, it definitely caught me by surprise because I don't know that necessarily. I mean, I know they've lost $1 million in a row, but they were having one of their better seasons than they've had in a while. And who's to say that the Angels couldn't win 4 or 5 in a row at some point? So a spark of some kind, maybe trying to stop a losing streak, Orlando, maybe that's the case too. But I was surprised I did not see Madden being fired. I don't know what his next step will be. You would assume that if he wanted to continue to manage, that some team would probably hire him in a heartbeat next year, but he is pushing 70, and I'm just not sure where he wants to be at this stage. Remember, he's been at this for a long time.
No, I know he's been at it for a long time, but it's just like you figure he's one of the better ones, and it's just like, I know it's a rough patch, but wow, give up on the guy. 2 things. What I'm going to ask you a serious question and then a fun question.
Mm-hmm.
1, are no-hitters of less value nowadays compared to 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago, because we saw how we're getting more. Are hitters less hitters nowadays? Are they not as good because it's home run or nothing nowadays? How do you look at no hitters? Because it's so screwed up. Dude, 20 years ago, we would cut into programming because somebody had a no hitter going on. Remember that?
Yeah,
and
no,
now
I still no, but you know what? It depends on the programming. Like I still think that's going on MLB Network. I still think that they're
just
cutting
on
on
MLB, but it's not going on ESPN where it would have gone on ESPN normally, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not sure.
We
about
value
that.
them the same way because it seems like they happen more often now, and the perception is because hitters aren't nearly as good as they used to be because they're more about the power than anything else, because that's what the numbers and the stats and all that stuff indicates. So how do you look at it? Because as a purist, you're a guy that has gotten to see baseball change over the last 25 years.
Yeah, I still think the individual no-hitter is a big deal. I do. I think the combined no-hitter is probably not something that I value nearly as much. And I would say that the perfect game is still something that's almost impossible to do. We just don't see many of those. Do we see even one of those every year or 2 years? Not so much. So, it's devalued in the sense, as you mentioned. I think that is accurate, that people, a 4 home run game would certainly, or a 3 home run game gets a lot more notoriety because it's more exciting. But I still feel like people gravitate to a no-hitter when it's the same pitcher going to 9 innings, but it's been watered down so much because of all the combined no-hitters. I think maybe that has something to do with it.
All right. When you watch any game with Joey Gallo, are you constantly thinking my cousin Vinny? I'm just wondering, because every time I hear that, no, Joey Gallo's dead, bro. It's Joey Gallo. What's wrong with you?
Right.
That's all I keep thinking. I'm just wondering if the same twisted thing goes through your mind when you see Joey Gallo there with the Yankees.
Yeah, when I think of players with the Yankees, I think I get to see their face for the first time since they've been playing Major League Baseball. It's like, all these guys, they get to New York and they end up shaving and they end up cutting their hair. It's like, oh, that's really what that player looks like, So I can't say that that's come to mind every time, but I definitely get where you're going with that.
All right, can I petition the league for the Marlins to play the Nationals every night? Because I think we wasted a team meeting. Could they hold off the team meeting till after the National Series? You didn't need a team meeting before the National Series. What's wrong with these guys? Come on.
Very, very complicated situation going on with the Marlins right now. So they had a 90-minute team meeting yesterday. I have a lot more on this coming. But got to do the work on
swings and misses.
I think the Herald. We're gonna have it in the
Okay,
Herald.
you're gonna put it in the Herald. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But again, you got to make sure you cross the I's and cross
I
the T's
respect
and
it.
dot the I's on this, like a story like this. So they have some issues. They have some issues. They have some real issues in their clubhouse for sure. Some disagreements. Is this like every other clubhouse in baseball? Maybe the case. It could be. I don't really get that sense. I get the sense that there seems to be a little bit of a divide at this point. I don't know if that gets worked out or not. I'm not really sure. When it comes to baseball, I feel like I have pretty good intuition because I've been at this for so long. And my guess is that based on the team that they've constructed, they can be a lot better. There's no question. I think they've constructed in terms of free agency a better team, but the results have not shown that at this point. And I personally don't think like this whole thing that happened yesterday is going to help. Like I don't know. I am not getting that feeling.
You're getting a feeling that the divide the meeting created a bigger divide, is what you think is?
It may have. It may have. I'm not sure. I mean, I can't go off just. I mean, this isn't even 24 hours old, so I don't know. I'm not sure, but the players and the staff or whoever was in there.
Can you enlighten us a little bit on what the divide is?
Yeah,
is it with the manager?
There seems to be a disconnect between. I don't know about groups. I don't know how specific yet. Again, I'm working on this, but there seems to be a disconnect between how to operate within a clubhouse, how to operate on a team, how to be a professional in Major League Baseball. There seems to be a disconnect there. I'm not sure yet that that's the entire focus of this, but that at least is one part of what's going on with them. And again, there's
is there enough leadership in that locker room? Because when I
look
at a Rojas, yeah, you're an older player, but you're not really a star. So you would want a couple of stars that are proven to kind of bring people together and show some leadership and guide some of these young guys. But because there's a lot of inexperience, there's a lot of guys that are unproven. There's like Soler, it just got there. What's he going to do? Just grab hold and take hold of the locker room? He just got there.
It's very hard.
So, yeah, that's very hard. Exactly. So how do you find that? How do they get the guidance they need is what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think that on June 8th in a major league season, all of a sudden that happens. It sort of like evolves. Sandy Alcantara, who, is got that contract extension in the offseason. Maybe there's a direction that he will end up going in terms of leadership in the future. I don't know the answer to that. Miguel Rojas clearly has been their team leader over the last few years. What the future holds, I'm not really sure. I mean, look, in the end, team meetings do happen all the time. I will acknowledge that.
And they usually do nothing, by the way. Nothing.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I notwithstanding last night's game, I don't think that had anything to do with the team meeting yesterday.
No, it's the Nationals. It's the Nationals.
I mean, the Nationals, the pitcher they faced was 1-9 with a 7 ERA. Like, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do against that team.
And we got Alcantara tonight against them.
Yeah, they're probably they'll sweep them or they'll come close. They're 6-1 now against the Nationals, and you can do the math with their record against everybody else. That's pretty much been the story. I will be very curious to see the future as to how this sort of transpires. I personally have felt they've had a really good clubhouse over the last few years, even though they've lost a lot of games outside of 2020. I really felt that way. I sort of was taken aback yesterday. I did not know that this was happening. But the other thing, Orlando, with these team meetings is usually they have them, and what happens? They come out. We got our issues resolved.
Aired it out, yeah.
Good. And that did not happen yesterday. It was like, we'll see, hopefully everything is okay, but I'm not sure. The manager, Don Mattingly,
is this a personal issue or something? What the hell's going on, dude? It's like, this is baseball. I mean, it's, the old Knicks back in the 70s, 12 guys, 12 cabs, and they won 2 titles.
Yeah, again, the meetings usually are short, they're quick, and everyone comes out and says, we're a family, we're a team, and we're going to rally. And that just didn't happen yesterday. So it was an odd meeting, Don Mattingly, who I respect a ton, came out yesterday and said that he wouldn't be surprised if the team was flat to start the game. And that was shocking to hear that, because all of a sudden it's like, wait a second here, like what in the world was going on there? So look, I'm working on this to do the best that I possibly can. Remember, these are private meetings, and there's some I guess sacredness to having those.
Yeah, and you got to respect some of that too at the same time, because then you're not going to get the same kind of information
Right.
down the
Yeah,
line.
that's the tough dynamic of this. It's like how
I know.
far can I go with it, And so look, there's journalism involved here. I feel like there's a story to tell. And the other thing that I go back to, and I don't, and maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that I sort of feel about this one is I had to like take a step back and say, Orlando, doesn't this happen everywhere? Like, don't we always hear what happens in these meetings anyway, in the end, all around the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball? So what's different about this than anything else? That's kind of what I went back to.
Yeah. And why so kind of secretive about it? I mean, look at the Heat. The Heat had a dust up right in front of the entire world, right on the sideline, and then, but again, if you're mature, you got a bunch of older players and leaders, you can move on. And you don't really have that kind of environment in that clubhouse. There's a lot of youth and inexperience, and maybe they don't know how to carry themselves the right way. I'm just intrigued by what could be the issues that are dividing such a young team. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of odd. And is it a baseball thing or is it a personal thing? Can you?
It seems more what do you mean by baseball thing? Like what? Like, I don't know what you mean by that.
Philosophically, something's going on, and it's people are.
I don't think it has to do anything with the on the field play. No.
Okay, so then that's what I'm saying. Then, and so then there are dynamics, something going on, relationships, or something back behind the scenes, is what you were saying.
Yeah, and look, I talked to yesterday was really tough because basically, Don Mattingly spoke, Orlando, and then that was it. And normally in these situations, you've covered sports for a million years. It's like usually doesn't a player come out immediately and say, all right, now here's the deal. We knocked it out. And guys, by the way, we're not talking about it anymore. Usually that's kind of the way it happens. So I expected that. And instead it was no one's available until post game. And I'm like, excuse me? Like, that's not acceptable. So I asked, I tried, I was unsuccessful. And then on my own, well, not on my own, the Marlins helped me. I can't do it without their help, honestly. But fortunately, Sandy Alcantara came walking off the field, and then I talked to him about it. And he said, hey, like, you're basically, you're not always going to get along with your teammates. Like, not everybody in the clubhouse are going to be friends, essentially, is what he said. And then I asked him if he had seen anything like this before. And he said that there was something when he was in the minor leagues with the Cardinals. There was somewhat of a similar issue, something along those lines. So,
is it an ingredient that was added this year
to the team? You mean this year? No, not that I can see.
Okay, all right. Because, and by the way, the follow-up question I was going to ask that guy you just spoke to, Sandy.
Yeah,
I would figure is the only guy that can stand up in the middle of that clubhouse and say, what the F?
I agree.
This is what you need to do. This is what we need to do, because he's the best player on the team. He's the guy that carries that team every 5 days. He's the guy you want to watch every damn 5 days because he's so awesome. But here's the follow-up to the follow-up. Does he have a Bam-like personality? Or does he have a Jimmy-like personality? Or does he have a Bosch-like personality? What kind of a leader is he?
Well, he's young. He's still very young.
But is he cerebral like Bosch? Is he emotional like Butler? Or is he not a leader like Bam?
Oh, no, I think he can be a leader, but I think it's something that he's going to have to learn in time. Just because he was given this contract extension doesn't take away from the fact that, he's not even 30 years old. So it's kind of hard for him to just, change who he is, being a young kid coming up. Remember, this is someone 5 years ago that spoke very little English, Orlando, So
that's true. That's a great point.
Look,
it's a great point.
I have a ton of respect for a lot of the players and the staff because, honestly, like, why do I deserve to, get the information that I get? I mean, basically, I think that they respect me because I do, a fair job covering them. But I would say Sandy in particular, I've known for a long time. a long time, because this goes back to when he was with the Cardinals. Remember, they train on the other side of the Marlins facility, you know?
Sure.
So, back, they used to let us, roam back and forth. And I got to know Sandy then when he was with the Cardinals. So, fortunately,
is he wired that way? Is he wired like the guy that can take over a locker room?
I think in due time, I don't want to say for sure, but I think in due time he ends up being the guy there. I do.
Okay. Yeah, because no comparison, zero comparison. But in 97, yes, I'm old. Stop it already. Dutch comes into that locker room.
Right.
And now it's Dutch Dalton. Okay. So
Right.
we're talking about a completely different individual. But still, he walked into a loaded veteran locker room. And within 2 weeks, he had a complete stranglehold on the locker room. And everybody came to Dutch. You know what I mean? So it was one of those things that he was kind of, mouthpiece. Because, like, while Conine was there and all that, he doesn't have the resume of Dutch. And then also being the catcher and all that other stuff. And so it was one of those things. Now, I can't expect Sandy to be Dutch because he doesn't have Dutch's resume, Dutch's experience, Dutch's, length of time in the damn league. So it's different when Dutch walks into a new locker room. He can assimilate and take over a little faster than him. But that's why I'm asking, does Sandy have it in him? Because it sounds like, dude, some kind of leadership. Besides developing talent, you're going to also have to develop leaders in that locker room.
Yeah, and that's going to be part of this. They have, as you mentioned, a fairly young team, and at the catcher position, I think Stallings could be that guy, but he just got there this year. You mentioned Soler, Avisel Garcia's on a big contract, just got there this year. Their center fielder is very young. Jesus Aguilar certainly is one of those players, I suppose, that you could point to, but he's a free agent at the end of the season. It remains to be seen. I think what's going to be there. Garrett Cooper, it's like the Jazz going around the diamond. It's not an optimal situation, but it's my job as a reporter and as somebody who's followed this to sniff out something, like Jim Mandich would say, if it doesn't smell right, and it just didn't smell right yesterday, man. Like it something seemed off, and I'm. Some would say, "Oh, you're trying to make something out of nothing." I genuinely don't feel that way.
No,
and by the way,
does anybody know you? Does that guy know you? Because that's not you, by the way. So
if somebody told me, "Hey, this is much ado about nothing," then it would be nothing.
Right. I'm with you there. One more thing before I let you go. Question for Mish: while the pitch clock appears pragmatic, how might it negatively impact the game and the players?
I'm glad that somebody asked this question because we were talking about this yesterday. I personally think there is absolutely no negative to this whatsoever. I think that the pitch clock is going to change the game of baseball in a very positive way. I think we will no longer have to sit through games that are 3.5 hours. The minor leagues are showing cuts of 15 to 20 minutes per game on every single game. And while if you're looking for a negative, sure, it's going to be hard for some of the veterans who have been in the big leagues to adhere to this.
Right.
But in the end, they will learn how to do it.
The cycle.
I personally
they will learn the rhythm from the minors, and then they'll be in the rhythm by the time they get to the majors. But we will have to deal with the old farts that have already been in it and set in their ways. And, whether it's if we had Noma or Terry Pendleton, these people don't know what 8 hours is at the plate until they've met Noma or Terry Pendleton. Because Terry Pendleton adjusted every pad on his body. Okay. I've never seen that ever in my life. You want to take forever in a game? Put 9 Terry Pendletons at bat, and you'll never finish a damn game.
I remember that. But I think this is going to be great. I really do. Listen, I can't watch an extra inning game now without a runner on second. I want to go home. I want the game to end. I think it's look, say what you want.
For you to say that, bro. For you to say that. Wow.
No, I love it. I think it's great. I know immediately we got drama in the 10th inning. It's great.
I got you. All right. Follow him on Twitter. Great follow as always. Great insight at Craig Mish. Check out the podcast, Swings and Mishes. It's all about the Marlins. And, of course, you can catch him MLB, Breaking Stories, Miami Herald. What else? Who else are you working for? Oh, Sports Grid, right?
Sports Grid, that's the primary.
That's the primary, right? He's half Jamaican. He's got 8 jobs.
The lemonade stands outside, 10 cents.
There you go. Mishmeister, I love you, brother. We will catch up next week, my friend. Appreciate
You're the best. Thanks for having me.
You got it. You have now stepped in to the batter's box.
You've been listening to the Batter's Box with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
And don't forget Welton Rayom, great attorneys. Bankruptcy, homeowner property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury. WRFLAlaw.com. Go see Welt and Rayom. If insurance companies are taking advantage of you, call Welt and Rayom. They will crush those insurance companies. All right? Make sure you do that. Great job by Craig Mish, as always. By the way, I mean, you got an hour of hardcore basketball with Iron Clay. All right? Ian Rappaport joins us to go around the NFL. We talked to Matt Verderam, had a great conversation with him. Omar Kelly, we go in-depth Dolphins. We go Schultz. We go with Jordan Schultz in the Schultz Report. We talk a little NBA, a little NFL, all that. And now Mish, everything baseball. I'm not sure you're going to get anything more complete in 4 hours than what we were just able to produce for all of you out there. It's pretty damn impressive. I am very happy with our program today. Are you Alarmo? By the way, you want to get a little Alarmo in your life? 1-800-ALARM-ME. You can get Alarmo in your life. Get Sloman's. That's right, baby. Free doorbell camera. First 40 Big O listeners right now. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That doorbell camera connects directly to your smartphone. You will control everything. You know, you will feel like you're controlling the entire. You're like in one of those like you're in the Death Star. And you're like controlling it all. You see it all right there. Your phone pops up. You see what's going on in the doorbell. You got the dogs in the backyard. The camera goes up. You see the dogs in the backyard. Somebody's hanging out in the backyard. Or somebody breaks in and they're in the backyard. You will see it. You got maybe a camera inside. You can keep up with your dogs, whoever you want inside your home. That's what you're going to love about your Sloman Shield. You will be able to keep up with everything. You can arm and disarm your alarm from your phone. 1-800-ALARM-ME. You use our professional installation or our low-cost central station monitoring. We're going to give you an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. What are you waiting for? 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Mike Moynihan says, quality programming here, Big O. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I also like the relief pitcher having to face 3 batters minimum. They're moving it, man. They're moving the game a little faster. But he is right about I didn't think about that it's just a cycle we're going to have to go through. Because Doug is right in asking his question. It might cause some problems early on because for the first couple years here, people have to adjust to it, and older players and older pitchers and all that, they will have to kind of speed up their routines. But by the way, for you young people, go see Terry Pendleton bat. The worst. God. Tomorrow and Friday, we're going to be at Flagler Beach. I'm driving up there now. In a couple minutes, I'll be leaving and going up there. And we're going to be at Tortugas, okay? It is at, let me give you the address. I got the address right here. Let me see where we at. Let me give you the address. Here we go. Where are we at here? It's at 608 South Ocean Shore Boulevard in Flagler Beach. You can go to tortugasflorida.com is the website. You can download the app. We're going to be broadcasting out there from 10 to 1 Thursday, Friday, and Monday of next week. So we're going to be out there all weekend long. Sean, yes, sir? What do you got for us? No, nothing? Okay. All right. No, I mean, you put yourself up. I wasn't sure if you were doing it. Eddie Lepp says, yep, I'll be there. I like it. So if you all live in the St. Augustine, Daytona, Flagler Beach area, come on out to Tortugas. Come on out and join us Thursday and Friday. We'll be out there broadcasting live. Love to meet you all. And by the way, if you're in St. Augustine, I'll be in your town on Sunday. I don't know where the concert is for the Interrupters. I know it's in St. Augustine. That I know. Let me see where I can actually pull up my ticket here. Can I? I can pull up my ticket here. Okay, let's see where we at. I know I have my let me see where there we go. Oh, no wonder. I'm not even signed in, damn it. This is sad. Okay, now we're signed in. Okay. Now we got it. St. Augustine Amphitheater. That's where I'm going to be on Sunday. Okay. So we are ready. Yeah. I'm thinking about this now. I might be able to take somebody too, because my wife is not going. Let's see. What else do we have here? I don't know. What were you going to say, Sean? Because you got a smiling face on there. I don't know. All right. We are out of here. We got to wrap it up here on the show. We thank all of you out there, as always, for tuning in. I still have more stuff to talk about, but it's already 1:30, bro. And we started at 8:45. We got to go. We thank Ira and Clay for Inside the Paint. We thank Ian Rappaport, of course, with our Slowman's Look Around the NFL. The Huddle. Yes, sir. RedRecover.com. The Huddle with Matt Verderam. Omar Kelly in our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. The RedRecover.com Schultz report also. So we looked around the NFL and the NBA. And then Craig Mish, cleanup hitter, man. He knocked it out of the park in the batter's box with Welt and Rayom. So good stuff there. Anastasia Island. Is that what Anastasia? Is it Anastasia or Anastasia? What is it? Tomato? What schedule? What are we doing here? It's about 5 minutes from downtown. There we go. All right. So you guys are talking to each other. I love it. Miami Sports Fanatic says, I got to say, you guys pull off that gray goatee look like my brothers. There you go. That's us, bro. That's us. We're old. That's what that says. If we got that gray goatee, that's salt and pepper because we're old. Oh, that's where the amp is. Okay, well, that's where it is. Second pronunciation, Anastasia. Okay. All right. So I'll be at Anastasia Island enjoying the Interrupters. I don't know. I'm holding hope that maybe the Interrupters might join us on Thursday or Friday. I'm holding hope that maybe they call in. I don't know. We'll see. We're trying to work it out. Anyway, I will see all of you. I will see some of you Thursday and Friday out there in Flagler Beach at Tortugas. But if not, we will see you tomorrow here on YouTube. All right. You all be good out there. Thank you all. Thanks to Sean Stanley, who's the best in the business. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, a little different place, same bat channel. Have a good one.